where the other person's claim doesn't
matter.
matter.
It's real simple.
Why you're wrong.
Well, it's real simple. You made a claim. Elijah said no. You're supposed to be like, prove it. Real simple.
Okay, I would say disprove.
But the thing is, you don't want him to prove it because you don't even want to hear what he has to say. That's
I will
why Elijah just asked
this is where I was like a little bit concerned about what Elijah was saying. Go ahead. I mean, Elijah, please, if you want to disprove it, please do. I'm interested.
All right. It's a qualifying thing. It either is or it isn't. It doesn't have anything to do with probability or percentages, which was your leading premise, is that it could be a little bit of this and a little bit. No, not true.
Why can't it be?
Now, do you want me to? Okay, go to Google and type in distance to horizon formula and tell me where your argument for percentages fits into the formula that Washington State gives about the distance to the horizon. Because I made, a very clear statement to you about the distance to the horizon. And because of that statement, you thought that I was responding to you because of something that I heard that you said that I may have gotten wrong or that you may not have explained well. So then you decided, well, it's really a percentage thing. And I'm telling you, no, it's not. You're asking me why? Go to that formula and tell me how, because that's your claim. And if you're saying it's not, well, then you're not much of a globe believer.
Okay, so it is my claim that the atmospheric refraction does have an effect when you do, for example, I want to give you like an example that I have.
I can't believe
I have personal knowledge.
You know what a non-sequitur is? Do you know what a non-sequitur is?
A non sequitur. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know what it is?
Definition.
It does not logically follow.
Yeah.
He asks you that you go to see the formula on the internet, not to
you know what? If the Earth was a globe, sorry, Sasha, if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't have to be defending yourself. You would just be answering me directly. You wouldn't be so confused. And that's what's weird about. I mean, if you can be comfortable after this conversation wherever you are, I mean, I'm just here to try to help people. For whatever reason they come into the server, whatever information they're looking for, we're here to provide information to people who may not have come across it. Mm-hmm. You already have a very hard stance that it's a globe regardless of what we're saying. So it's not a game that we play here. It's not really a debate. It doesn't seem like you really want what we have. So how may I be of service to you?
Say welcome to McDonald's.
I mean, again, I don't know if I just wanted to talk with people about it.
He doesn't even know how to respond to someone who actually talks to him.
You don't
with
have
love,
to serve me in any way. I don't know. I want to hear your perspectives on it just as much as you guys want to hear my perspectives on it. That's I guess I had about 5 people wanting to ask me.
Here's the thing, bro. We know your perspective. We used to be in your shoes.
Okay.
Dude, you guys are listen, you guys are like clones. You're literally coming here and saying the same thing. That's why he said 2017, because we've been hearing this for 6 years now. The same thing, except you guys are trying to change or losing arguments into something else.
Correct. That's the worst part, is you're now disagreeing with your original self. If you were in 2017 with your teammates arguing against us, you would be telling us something completely opposite than you're saying now. That's what's embarrassing. Not for
CB, tell him in the
party.
CB, tell him in the real words, how was it? We were saying there is a refraction there all the time, and people were saying globus. No, it's geometrical. When we said there is no geometrical because horizon moved, now we are saying it's a refraction. Do you understand that?
Lou, you were about to go on a whole tirade about you have to consider refraction. It's yeah, dude, that's exactly what we've been arguing for years now, and they were telling us, well, we're wrong. It's perspective, blah blah blah. So, man, you guys are just so late to the party. That's what you guys need to. You should at least show up and understand what's going on before you start making claims that shoot your original claim in the foot. So,
and yes, refraction is happening over the flat surface, if you want to know about that. And Elijah wanted to point it out where, about that size, and to lead you really where, but you didn't want to go there. You want to protect, refraction. You don't want to know information. Ask him, what is that information, and he will tell you.
And you did say the horizon was physical, or you said it's, I don't know what you said. I asked you, what's the sun setting behind? What does the sun set behind?
There's no physical thing, I would say. There's nothing like physically there's an effect of the Earth blocking you from seeing the sun because
that would be a physical thing that.
I'm saying, because I would say, like, again, I have personal experience with one of the things that I was interested in early on was predicting.
You know what double speaking is? Nothing is blocking it. It's just the effect of the Earth in the way. Do you know what double speaking is?
Yeah,
I actually did double speak there. I
want to hear his personal anecdote.
Wait, before you go, Indio, brother, thank you. That you don't understand. You don't understand what truth means to me. I appreciate you just honestly just saying, yeah, that's true, because it's not a big deal. People misspeak all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to say is, for a little bit, is one of the things I did as a student studying like coding was trying to see how those calculators that you find online to find out when the sunrise is going to be. And there's like very simple formulas and there's very complex formulas. The complex formulas take into an account atmospheric refraction. Again, these are all like approximations and stuff. But essentially it like kind of offsets when things are going to happen on the horizon, because the horizon is very much subject to refraction.
Okay. So what's your point?
What's the difference? No, wait. Yeah, no, I forget the point. I'm going to speak to the point.
Forget the point.
What's the difference between? Yeah, I probably double spoke there. My bad. What's the difference between the simplistic the simplistic result versus the non-simplistic result? You know what I'm saying?
There's not
because
a lot.
we have to get to that, and yes. Once we find out what the non-simplistic result is, then we can falsify that, which only means that it's testable. You can actually test and confirm that that's the case. So here's the thing that you're going to be tasked with: a way to do that, because that doesn't fall on us, because we don't claim that the horizon is geometric. So if you're claiming there's some more complicated version of these formulas somewhere that will give you another result as to where the geometric horizon would be, then you could just give us that.
Okay,
but my guess is you're making that up because you think that that's the case. I guarantee you, no one will help you find that, because
I'm not gonna ask for anybody to help me find it. I actually did do all these like calculations myself a long time ago. I don't have numbers to report to you or anything.
At one point,
did you test them? Did you test?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was the average?
So at one point, where's the horizon?
What was the average error? So other people have tested this, You're not the only one.
So I did test it. I thankfully live next to the ocean, and so I was able to test sunrises, and that's how I actually got a cool picture of a sunrise. I did it on several days that I could. It was difficult to find days that didn't have clouds blocking the horizon. It was so, clouds tend to be right near the horizon, because, the horizon is really far away.
But it's really far away. Why would the horizon be really far away?
So,
no. Time out.
Can I continue? Okay, time out.
No, can we time out?
Yes.
What was the premise that was supposed to be proven? Just make it a simple answer, because I have a follow-up.
Okay,
if you don't mind.
The simple answer is that the simplistic calculations were usually off by like 1 or 2 minutes, and the more complicated calculations.
No. We gave you. That's not what I mean.
Okay.
This is how we know that the fallacy that you're committing right now is a red herring, because though it's related, to the topic. We're talking about the distance to the horizon, and you're begging the question of it based on calculations on where the sun will be. That's the difference in communication we're having here. We understand what you're saying, but if the response ultimately is, well, how do you prove that the horizon is geometric? You're not really satisfying the question, but the premise in the globe geometric claim is that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You're not even trying to falsify that. You're just assuming that that's the case, and you're talking about where the sun will be based on calculations. What's that got? I don't.
So now do you understand actual data? And now you guys,
I don't know why you don't let him tell his bullshit story. Just let him tell his bullshit story.
Yeah,
tell us your bullshit story.
Let me tell my bullshit.
Because I know it's a bullshit story. Do you know why? Because scientists have done this at 3 observatories simultaneously. Exactly what you're doing. And they have lots of data, way more than what you have.
Mm-hmm.
So go tell us your lie.
Okay, well, my lie is that when I did this, the calculations involved, especially the simplistic ones, are basically things that you can reason about when you're talking about. They use like a sphere approximation of the Earth, and they use latitude and longitude coordinates, and basically help predict when the sun is going to rise and set.
The equation of time, yeah, get on with it. Keep moving, dude. Like, you're not.
So, and I'm saying, anybody. Like, all of my measurements were consistent with that. Now, I don't have the ability to go all around the Earth and do that, but then people do go all around the Earth and do that, and the measurements are consistent with even the simplistic models. And you know where
what does that mean?
Work as well is at high latitudes, because of the fact that the sun is so close to the horizon that refraction fucks around with things. And makes the sun appear above the horizon when it's actually below.
And plays with physicality of the Earth.
Okay, come on. Can I just address this shit, dude? Because this is horseshit. First of all, you said the horizon is far away, so you fucked up. Before you're saying it didn't even have a position. So now I have no idea what you're talking about. But when you say consistent, what do you mean? How did you measure sunrise? Did you say top of the sun, center of the sun, or the bottom of the sun?
Top of the sun.
Okay, so when it first peaked over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So how many degrees is the sun? So what's the sun's true position when you see it?
If you approximate atmospheric refraction, the sun's true position when you first see it, I believe it's about half a degree off.
Why are you just making shit up? It's like 0.81. Okay? You didn't do this.
Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know. It's like about half a degree.
You did. Listen, you did all the math. Now you forgot it? You forgot your numbers?
I forgot the approximation.
You just tried to come in here and bullshit, dude. Listen.
Why am I trying? I'm not trying to. If you think I'm lying to you, I'm sorry.
No, you're a bullshitter. I think maybe like you did it as a school group, or maybe your teacher did it or something. Now you're trying to say you did it. You're full of shit.
I did it myself.
Okay, so what was but you did it yourself. Did you use a stopwatch? What'd you do? How'd you fix time? Did you use UTC? Did you use the goddamn atomic clock in Colorado? Like, how did you fix the time?
I fixed the time using my cell phone.
Sounds super scientific. So when the sun rose, did you write down the time? What was the error? Oh, I'm predicting 12:01 or 6:01, and it came up with 6:02 or 6:03 or 6:03 and 30 seconds. What was the precision you measured everything at? You just did everything by the seat of your pants? That's why I don't believe you. No one would go through all this fucking effort to do such a shit documentation of what they did.
I didn't provide you with any documentation.
Okay, you said consistent with. What does that mean? Consistent within what? A minute? 5 minutes? 15 minutes?
I had like some data points. I think I had like, again, it was really hard to get any data points. I got like maybe 3 good data points based off of the measurements I could do. I did it in a project. And I think it
Can I point one thing out?
Yeah.
Just one thing, Indio. When he says, what is it consistent with? So number one, it begs the question of the geometry of the Earth, because this would be the difference between actual positions and where you're seeing them. In order for that to be the case, you have to beg the question of where it actually is in relation to the sphere. So it's actually just a begging the question fallacy. Why do you think people use fallacies in their explanations? If you don't think it's a fallacy, we can pull up the begging the question fallacy right now, read it, and I can formulate it using the words that you said just then right here in the live stream.
So the begging the question fallacy. So essentially, like I've assumed it's like circular reason. I've assumed that it was true, and therefore it is true. Basically, circular reasoning.
Yes, because basically our question is, how do you know that the Earth is a geometric shape? And you're basically saying, well, these things are off from the real position, but we haven't confirmed the real position.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so you're just assuming the premise in the first.
I would say that the
the question is, do you believe that you're begging the question or not? Because the next step would be you read out the definition. I just need you to either confirm that, yeah, you know what, the form and the words that I'm using, it does sound like a begging the question, or it doesn't.
I don't think it does, because I don't think I've fully explained my point.
Well, based on what you've said right now, the one thing I do know is that the premise underlying all of the atmospheric refraction is 7/6R. So you are begging the question. As a matter of fact, go ahead, find the formula and post it, or find the equation, whatever it is that you have, and post it, and I can point out to you where the premise that you're supposed to be proving is already assumed in that. So can you do that for me?
So I am not using I'm saying that the
No, I'm just saying whatever you are, whatever. I'm just saying whatever. Listen. All I'm asking you is whatever you are explaining, can you give me the details? Can you give me the information that you're explaining from?
Yes, if you give me a few minutes, I can.
Okay, so just do that, if you don't mind. Because everyone doesn't have all day. There's probably other people that want to speak.
Yeah,
so we got to kind of
way too long of meandering, man.
Yeah.
It's not you, Elijah. It's all of us. This dude is like he's an expert at slow walking the whole world.
There's also the problem. He said it's consistent with the curvature of the Earth, but how did he get the curvature of the Earth in the first place? So how is it when he's talking about refraction and this and that? What's he comparing it to? He doesn't even know what he's comparing it to, because no one's ever measured it.
Yeah. So if you take a model, right? So you're using a model, say it's the standard radius 3959. Well, what if the theory was that the radius is 20 times that? And then you timed your sunrises, you would just use a smaller refraction coefficient and get the same thing and say, yes, it confirms my frickin' 20,000 mile radius frickin' Earth. That's why it's circular logic. Your conclusion is within the premise. If Earth globe, then Earth globe. I just don't know why it takes like 45 minutes to get to that point. Either the Earth is blocking the sun or it's not. Like, that's all you have to go. And like where we see the sun start to be blocked, either that's a physical edge of a ball or it's not. Can't be both, a little of both. What does that even mean?
Well, we're living in a time where people think it's fun to debate, and it's the biggest topic to debate these days, it seems to be, is flat Earth. But flat Earth isn't a debate.
But I'm 100% sure that he still doesn't know the main reason why we are here.
So here's the funny thing. So you take the black swan, right? It's like, oh, that's a refracted horizon. And we don't see the geometric horizon. Well, the geometric horizon is supposed to be somewhere between the camera and the oil rigs. How did that get projected way the hell back there?
I have problems with that sentence, Indio, because you have physicality of water, what you can see between or two oil rigs. That means there is no picking out. What? I don't.
Yeah, exactly. How does that work exactly? Right? How did the water not only it went, it jumped over, went under the oil rigs, and like went between them, and then jumped all over the place.
Well, not only that, oil rigs are in water.
Well, last time we were having this conversation, he brought up the wavy rig, right. So I'm guessing something about that wavy rig tells him that the 10-mile horizon is actually at 1.2 somehow.
I really don't think globers comprehend how far off it is from the globe prediction.
1,000%.
Or they don't want to accept it. It's like so far off. The horizon is not just a little too far. It's way, 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 way too far.
Well, this guy keeps saying he did all the math, so he must know that.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, if he's on 1.8 or 2 miles, maybe we can be suspicious. But on 10 miles, that's fucking 7, 8, 9 times more.
Well, it is much better to get down to the meat and bones. If you detect a fallacy, the best thing to do is try to get the person who's listening to challenge you on that, because then it's like, okay, well, give me your data.
Yeah, that's why we didn't ask you, Elijah.
But that's why we're waiting. Yeah.
Oh,
well, it took me 5 minutes. Boo-hoo, Sasha. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. You asked him even. Now we are on the point, and now you need to ask me this question. He didn't still ask you that.
So the name of this show is...
The thing is, they don't... Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the name of the show is Who's Going Under the Bus? Well, apparently, Al Baruni's going under the bus today. Because I don't know how he measured the circumference of the Earth if the horizon's not physical or is all over the place. How do you do that?
Yeah, could you talk about that a bit, Indio?
I watched the Nathan Oakley one, recent video of it. It was pretty good.
It's funny though.
I remember you saying he'd need to know the size of the Earth before he measured the mountain. Did he use an astrolabe or something like that? I think that's
but he was looking through. So he was finding a point on the other side of the hill of land.
How many observations he did?
So he was looking through the globe. That's what he was using.
Yeah, but how many observations? 2 observations, 100? Al-Biruni.
I think he's off from the regular value by 7% or something. From the official value. You're talking about
so he got sea level. He got sea level, and then he had a right angle up to the mountain to get the height of the mountain, went up to the mountain, and then drew it on a globe, but the right angle wasn't from sea level to the mountain. It ended up being on the curvature of the Earth. So he changed the position of the triangle he was using. It's just,
Yeah, how did he measure the height of the mountain?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You can't know the height of the mountain without knowing the radius, because you're measuring the angle from where you are to the top of the mountain. And if you're on the curve of a ball, right, if the ball's small, the mountain's going to seem higher, or the angle's going to be larger than if it's a bigger ball, right? So you got to have a priori knowledge of the ball to measure the height of the mountain to measure the ball.
I think if you use an astrolabe and you're only using like 2 points that are very close together, then you can just assume that it's flat if the ball is huge.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You're not talking about
why don't we just not assume it's flat? Just say it's flat like it looks, and then when you're at the height of the mountain, assume the horizon is not physical, and then because you don't think it's physical anymore. So,
but the navigator, they didn't assume that it's flat. They use
That's why we said, who's going under the bus? Al Baruni's going under the bus because you threw him under the bus because you said the horizon's not physical.
Well, wait, Indio, you don't think the horizon's physical either.
Yeah.
That's the point.
You told me before. The horizon
I know. Yeah, I know. The horizon's not evidence of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's like tell us something we don't know, Glober.
What's the mechanism?
Horizon is the place where flat surface meets the sky.
Hold on,
the mechanism. It's the shallow angle of view.
Apparent place when flat sea level meets the sky. Is that okay to say?
And Jambus, this is really easy to illustrate. If you're standing on an infinitely sized checkerboard that was flat, and you could see squares that are close to you, can you see the squares that are far away?
Angular resolution. Bloody.
I add my own sound effects now. CV, you're slacking.
So wait, India, what's the mechanism again that makes
shallow? Well, listen, horizon moves around, so there's lots of mechanisms, but the main mechanism on a flat surface for there being a horizon is the shallow angle of view. Now, there's other reasons like clarity of the air, turbulence, gradients. Like the air is not a homogeneous thing.
Now you have a different name for it that you've said before.
Turbulence?
No.
Angle resolution.
Why does criterion drop behind the horizon?
Oh, total internal. They're not dropping behind anything. Yes. They just appear to be dropping the same way. Like think about it like this: you have like a layer of air that, and you've seen this on a road mirage, right? So we have a layer of air that whatever's behind it cannot penetrate wherever you are, right? And we've seen this. You've seen it many times, right? When you look at like a boat at sea or something else, and you see mirroring, right on the horizon, you see that mirror line. What's behind that mirror line? The mirrored part.
You said total internal reflection, right?
Yeah, it's called total internal reflection.
Roger. Thank you.
And so there has to be something behind that mirror part. It's like, what is it? Is that the boat? Is it the land? Is it water? What is that? Right? So if something is sailing away from that thing's like a wall barrier. Now think about what it would look like as if you were at the beach, right? But like you're 6 feet tall, but there's a 7 foot wall in front of you, or a 6 foot wall that's right at your eye level, and you saw a boat sail away. It would sail away on a completely flat surface, and you'd see the top go down closer to the edge of the wall. Now, if you stuck that wall 20 miles out at sea, and as if it was a line across the horizon, you would get the exact same visual effect. It would appear to sink into this wall from the top down. These are like, it only takes like a little bit of like just thinking about it. It's not like complicated shit. It's a lot of this stuff is very weird to me because all of us, we go around running around in our lives and we see things happen, right? I see someone, they're on the other side of a fence and they run away, and then I see like their body disappear, then their head. I don't go, wow, that yard must be curved because I can't see them anymore. I go, no, man, they're farther away. They shrank in angular size relative to the fence that's fixed in size, and they disappeared. And because of my angle of view, they disappeared bottom up. Why else would they how else would they disappear? They could disappear top down? Like, that makes no sense. And nobody, yeah, like...
Yeah, that's for me. That's obvious. That's so simple. That's fucking simple.
I know. It's all simple. We all experience it in everyday life with the conditioning of like, you see something disappear bottom first and toward the top, then it's earth curve. Like, dude, no.
You can test that. Put anything what you want and go away from that, and it will disappear. Fucking obvious.
Yeah, dude. Just get like a 4-foot fence or even a car, right? Just have so you can just barely see over the car, have them walk away to like way down the street, and eventually you won't be able to see them anymore. They're going to disappear, from their waistline up to their head. No one's going to be like, my street's a ball.
Oh, jeez.
It's I mean, what else is there to say about it? Otherwise, it sounds good. when they tell you when you're a little kid, but just being alive for a little while should tell you something.
I don't know if that example of yours works with the fence, because then that would kind of assume the water at the horizon is a hill. Because the water, the whole point of the horizon with the water thing is that it's flat. So, you're saying, there's some kind of obstruction between you and the car. But
we know the horizon is flat, but the bottom line is the graphic of the orthographic view of a person standing there with a line of sight to the tangent point, that being the point on the circle, which is assumedly a sphere, which is assumedly the geometric horizon. That, in that context, is a hill of water or a hill of anything between you and your limited view.
See, the problem with Globers is they think they live in an orthographic world, man. We don't.
Yeah. Do you have the what I asked for?
I messaged you. I didn't want to interrupt their conversation. I found the equations that I did use, but I'd have to go through them again and make sure I understand them before I presented them, because it wouldn't be.
No, you just have to give them to us so that we can understand the information that you're sharing from. You don't need to go through it yourself. You're telling us something to the best of your ability of what you understand, and we're just saying, okay, let's see the data.
Yeah, so I will go ahead, and this is I think this is the version that I ended up using, but it is something. It's basically the same kinds of equations. These are, I would say, relatively simplistic. Can I put links in the voice checks channel? Is that going to work? It's from Noah. So that's the equations. I haven't gone all the way through them, so I cannot explain all the parameters of them. But
does he got we give you the globe Earth rule.
Globe Earth. Is that a bad
you should be able to No.
Oh.
Depends on how you use it, buddy. It's like a gun, you know what I mean? It depends on how you use it.
That I posted, or it doesn't say that you can't see it. So can you see it?
No, I can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody can take your beliefs. Part nature.
So just so we're all on the same page, do you remember why I asked you for the data specifically?
I think you were talking about a begging the question fallacy, and I think the problem is that I think the question, if the question is different, then it can be, but I don't think the question is the same I don't think it's the same question.
So you're trying to prove that something is blocking things bottom up, and the assumption is that the horizon is geometric, and so when you start explaining things about the atmosphere and the different positions based on the actual positions, obviously all of that is going to be in the math, and I'm going to point out exactly where the premise that we've been trying to prove in the first instance is just assumed, and it's going to be right there in the math. Mm-hmm. I guarantee it.
So the measurements, the assumptions of a globe and refraction and those kinds of things are in the math. I fully admit that the equations are using an approximation that assumes the Earth is a globe.
That's outstanding. So then when we read the definition and understand what circular reasoning is, and then given your argumentation, we can formulate, your argument into the fallacy of begging the question. Why isn't that a reasonable response in the sense that your argument is invalid?
Okay, so I would say that because my argument isn't that that these equations prove the Earth is round, because they're not self-evidential.
They're not gonna say anything. That would be reification. What the equations are supposed to be representing, though, is the difference between what the real values are and what the apparent values are. So the point is, when we're saying, well, how do you prove that the real values are actually the real values? Who's validated that? You using this argument of refraction to justify anything is begging the question.
I'm thinking through that. Sorry.
It's all right. You don't have to agree right now, but at some point in time after we have this conversation, because it's not easy, people revert back to their way of thinking. But you gotta you already know what circular reasoning is, and you already get my point. So I'm not gonna drill it. I'm glad that you at least acknowledge, that you've acknowledged something, and so it's like, yeah, definitely think about it after this conversation's over.
I would then, and I think I would say is that these equations you can use to make predictions, and if the predictions are inconsistent, that's where we talk. Because, and the thing is that I don't think, and because these are approximation equations, I'm saying that like you can make a prediction about sunrise and sunset, and you might be off by a few seconds or something.
Okay,
but there's still. I would say.
Can I tell you something about? Can I tell you something about this off thing? Off thing, this math. What you will go into that? What you said that you will go into that. Will tell you this, that you can see the horizon geometrical 1.22 miles. With that refraction, what you're saying, maybe you will get 1.3, 1.4, but not 10 miles. There is no such phenomena what is doing something that can move that 1 minutes or whatever degrees you want to speak the horizon on 10 miles. Do you understand that?
I understand.
There is no such atmospheric phenomena that will, even not that move to the horizon, because you will see the physicality of the water before that 10 miles. And that math, that radius is telling you that horizon should to be there on 1.2 miles, but we have examples that horizon is even further, 10 miles, 20 miles. Because when you use that math and match with the reality, it doesn't match. Not any, approximately, it's not 1%, 0.1, it's approximately 900% or 1000%, speaking about math. That means that Earth is so big that I can go to fish to the moon. That means I take the car and it's like maybe 20 miles to the moon. That's what we observe in reality. If you get it, reality doesn't match with that math. Should we trust the math or reality?
Yeah, it seems to me that refraction would make you see less far as well. It just seems reasonable. If you're making an observation and you put an infrared lens on, it makes you see further because it's cutting out more refraction. Seems reasonable to say that, well, refraction should be making us see less, not more.
Question for you: what is the main reason why all these people are here? What is that information? What Elijah wanted to tell you? Because he didn't. I am telling you now. If you listen like a last minute, maybe you will know what is information. But for you, it's question: what is information? What we want to give you? What is that? What we think that Earth is flat? Why we think that Earth is flat?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Why do you think? I think it's based off of your observations. I'm not saying. Yeah, like
and what that observation's telling? What did you understand? Did you see any example of any observations here? Did you see that black
I've seen not in this conversation, but while I've been in the server, I've seen plenty of pictures and stuff like that represent observations.
Yeah, you saw that black swan example. that two oil rigs and
very
Horizon.
Popular one.
Yeah, and what is telling you that?
Well, I think what I see is I see one example of where this is like you see this picture, but like I want to see repeatability. I want to see what it looks like on average, or what it looks like
that guy
over the course of time.
That guy has the channel. He has the videos, and I think he has. I don't know how much observation on that point only, and you have all. You can. You have. Yeah. But what do you think about that example? For example, that Horizon is behind. Why is like that?
Again, I think with my understanding of how refraction works, I think that that example makes sense to me.
So how about
makes sense why?
How about our new
do you know that? Do you know that geometric horizon should be on 1.22 miles? Why is on 10 miles? Because of refraction, you are saying.
Yes, effects of refraction.
Do you have any math for that? Do you have any math for a 9,000? Sorry, my bad. Not 9,000.
Sorry.
I'm just saying. Instead of asking him more questions, that like, if his claim is that based on what he understands, then this is justifiable. All we have to do is go, great. What information in the literature that you have makes this make sense? And what this is, like Sasha pointed out, is a 900% discrepancy. That's what we want. At least because I know for a fact that's not in your information, but that's what we're talking about here. The difference between 1 mile and beyond 9 miles is at least 900%.
I need to look. I would need to look that up because I am not great at.
Well, all you got to do is go to Google and type in the distance to horizon formula, and then look at the discrepancy. And then, since you're saying that it makes sense, then you already understand that your rebuttal is justified. But now you're telling us that you have to look more into it. You don't see a problem.
Yes, because you're saying you're asking me a different question. You're saying like what?
No, I'm not asking you a different question. Actually, I'm on topic and you're talking about different things, which means you don't understand the premise in the first place. It's not that you've presented it, because you didn't understand it before you got here. And now you're trying to combat it with some argument that you heard somewhere else. And I'm like, that's fine. Just give us the information they gave you. Because if they didn't give you information, but they said something that made sense, that's a little bit of a problem.
Okay.
Because here's this faith thing again. You have faith that what someone said makes sense because of what you believe. It's called a bias. But we can kill that bias right now when you give us the information that justifies a 900% discrepancy.
Okay. I'm going to find that information. That's why I muted.
Can you also define refraction?
I want to understand that kind of when you invoke the refraction and you have the geometric horizon 1.22 miles. Now, all that water behind 1.22 miles is not anymore physical. How? Because refraction is making that physical water what is there, and it is physical. You must now think it is not physical because there is refraction. It's moving the horizon behind 10 miles. My God, this is so stupid to say. And he will now provide that of 900% of 7 of the 6.
Okay. 7 over 6 ain't gonna help.
7 of the 6 R will give a 900% of okay.
You can have an extra tenth of a mile or two.
Yeah. 0.00 something. And then you put the red, that infrared shit on the optics, and they killed all that stuff. and then you see more even. But then it will come the anti-flat earther will say, with infrared lens, it's more refraction. And then it's over.
Sounds about right. I dipped out for a bit. Did he explain yet how a wavy rig proves that a 10-mile horizon is at 1.2?
You can say wavy crane, wavy boat, wavy whatever. It's wavy 9 miles only, nothing else.
So if I see a wavy crane, does that mean that 10-mile horizon that I'm also seeing is actually at 1?
Yes. That's the logic.
Yeah. I just feel like I'm missing a few steps here. Maybe this guy can walk us through it.
Ooh, baby, baby, show me that curve.
Well, actually, what we're seeing is a new position of the horizon. They can't justify that that's a projection of the actual. No, it's not that they can't. Hold on, let me fix my mic real quick because this is important.
It's not that they can't justify that the horizon is moved from 1.2 miles to wherever it's at. Because that's not even the claim that they're making. They're not trying to justify that. What they're saying is, no, the geometric horizon is still there, but everything beyond that has kind of unrolled itself so that you see much more flat.
Yeah.
The ball is refracted bigger.
And in which case could be flat. You understand my question? In which case, if is this observably flat is not flat, how the flat would look like?
Different.
Curved. That's only cognitive dissonance, nothing else. Sphere in the head.
I didn't hear the bell ring. Are we in between rounds here?
Yeah, I'm looking up math, and it's difficult because I think it's hard to find the exact equations other than just approximations.
Gotcha.
Well, what's happening, Creation Bear, is that he said that the horizon being where it is makes sense to him due to refraction. So I then said, okay, give me the actual data for the argumentation for that. Because what you would need to do is justify at least a 900% discrepancy. And then he said, well, that's not really my point. And I said, well, see, that has nothing to do with the geometric claim and then the refraction on top of that then. And I said, well, how could you then say something makes sense when you don't even understand the premise? Which is a good point if you ask me.
Yeah, you guys got to remember, you're trying to cash things in at the bank. So if you're going to make an example that doesn't tie in with your original claim, then what the hell are you doing? You can't cash that in anywhere.
You can cash me outside.
Well, I mean, a common theme lately has been like if statements. If we live on a ball and if we're ants, it's like, okay, if that's all true, what are you going to do then? Who's going to hash that check? Nobody. There's no value. It's just a hypothetical.
I'll be waiting for that data. Showing refraction.
Okay, so I think I found something that was I think it's something that I'm still, again, it's one of those things where it's like the reality has a lot of math associated with it because it's there's like simplistic things that have simplistic equations, but the thing is that reality is always more complex than a simple model. Like, you know, you see like a baseball and it's a ball, but when you look real close to it, it's not actually a ball. There's lots of little fucking bits on it.
Guess
you know,
what I don't want. Guess what I don't want? What? A long explanation as to why you can't justify what you stated. I don't care how complicated it is. The thing is, someone said that this whole thing is complicated, but there's a justified reason as to why the horizon is where it is. That's
so
what you said makes sense, but that has to be informed by some data. If you're saying that it's impossible to have that data, then you don't have anything to base your statement on things making sense.
Okay. I say that the reason I thought it made sense to me is because the way I understand atmospheric refraction is that as you go further and further away, light, the shortest path that light can actually take to get to you.
Can I interrupt you? Did you go to? Did you look?
I really wanted to fucking hear what he was saying. He was like 75% done.
Okay.
How do you do that?
Because he went to look for the data of 900% of that shit, you know, and he's speaking now about again of philosophy.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what he let him take his time.
Okay.
Man.
I just wanted to say, and again, I can't provide you with data that shows the 900% thing that you claim, because again, there's a lot of math, and one of the things that the math is very particular about is there's lots of approximations involved because it depends on specific conditions. And
so you can't justify the horizon being beyond 9 miles. Then is what you're saying? Because you said it made sense, but now you're telling me that
because of the way refraction works.
Yeah, but then I said, well, the way refraction the way refraction works has been informed to you by some information, but you're telling us that no, the information didn't inform you that because it's much too complicated to get that information. You're double speaking.
Okay, so what's informed me is I understand.
Wait, time out.
Simple
time out.
Theoretical.
Time out. I said that you're double speaking. You're not going to challenge that?
I'm going to challenge it by explaining something, but yeah.
No. It's either you're going to say no. Double got a call. Fuck it.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
He has got a call, but dude, I just want to say, like, you guys, a lot of you guys have this thing where you feel the need to just explain it one more time or just say it one more time.
I don't even think what I'm about to say has not been said before. It's not even. I'm not even saying it one more time.
I guarantee it's been said before in this server, just not by you.
Oh, not by me, probably, maybe. So the
no, but like, let me just explain. It's like you don't have to explain because we understand. A lot of the times you're trying to explain to people who often understand better. So.
We're in the business of principles of refraction, and so you understand that it would cause.
Yeah, we've been arguing for years.
Okay. Yeah. Refraction, the principles of refraction. So basically, what you're arguing is the way that refraction works is it takes this ball that you live on and makes it look way bigger when you're at the surface. So how do you know that, and how did they measure the ball in the first place in order to know any of that?
I think because they don't use the horizon usually to measure it. So this is where like your principle of like what you accept as fact comes into play because
why don't you just tell us what they did use? Just tell us what they did use.
So I mean, you know all this stuff. I don't need to explain it. I mean,
no, you know that we haven't gotten
so first thing they used to was I've seen this talked about a lot was the what's his freaking face in Egypt. Eratosthenes. I cannot pronounce that. Okay. His face did that. I've seen the refutation of it being that the sun is assuming parallel lines from the sun, parallel rays. which
assuming
is
the curved surface that he's trying to prove in the first place.
He's not trying to prove it. He's just trying to measure it.
Right. He's not trying to prove it. He's just trying to
straight out of the MC Toon fucking goddamn talking points. God,
you are trying to prove it. He wasn't trying to prove it. He just took it for granted. But you're using him now to prove what he just took for granted. So that's probably not going to work.
Look, if MC Toon can't come in here and prevail, what makes you think you can? And you're just copying.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, okay, I'm sure you don't.
It's
another anti-flat earther. Anyway, the problem with Al-Biruni is if you start with different assumptions, you can reach different conclusions. That's the
Al-Biruni one is the one where he was on top of a mountain, right?
No, it's 2 sticks. 2 wells, 3 sticks, whatever it is.
No, Al-Biruni is the one on the mountain.
Or no, I'm talking about Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, okay. Yeah, it has certain assumptions, yes.
Yeah, and like the assumptions, we could just go with our assumptions, or you can go with your assumptions. They don't prove anything.
Well, the thing is that I think you can actually do some measurements and not like I remember seeing a design for an experiment to actually measure the angles of sunbeams that you're actually getting. Just from what you're seeing, like literally like from what you see from the sun, what is the angle that those light rays are coming at? And the idea is to get a point from the middle of the sun, because if it's like whatever the sun is, if the middle of it is having light coming straight towards you, then you can see how far that light is spreading out. If you get just the middle of it in an aperture, and then use a lens to basically amplify the angles, and then basically just use like kind of just the math of how lenses work.
So can you point me to where in Eratosthenes' paper he does that?
No, he did not do that. He assumed the Earth, but the thing is that he assumed that the angles were parallel. But if you do, I've read results of this exact experiment, and the angles are so small that you might as well assume that they're parallel because they're very small. They're not big enough to produce an effect that he saw. They are not big enough to produce that effect.
So, so let me ask you this: have you ever seen the video on YouTube called "I Proved the Earth is Round with My Bike"?
No.
You ever seen that video? It's on YouTube. It's got something like 4 million views. Have you ever seen this video? So he did the Eratosthenes. So he took he's got 2 meter sticks. It's hard to say this. So he's got 2 apparatus. Each of them are a 2 meter, 1 meter stick and 1 meter stick shaped like an L. Puts one in a parking lot somewhere, and he jumps on his bike and he pedals away some distance, right? And then him and his buddy measure the difference in shadow lengths and calculate the circumference of the Earth.
Okay.
Sound about right? Okay. Problem is, before they left in the parking lot, he's got the 2 sticks sitting next to each other, and they show different shadow lengths. Which means the sun rays are not parallel. Yeah. In the same parking lot. They're 3 feet apart from each other. Yeah.
I think so.
So what? So listen, this was an inadvertent capture. He wasn't trying to capture it. He was just like saying, "We're going to do this," right? Talking to the camera. In the background, it's the 2 sticks, and they're sitting right next to each other, and they show different shadow lengths, and they're parallel to each other.
Uh-oh.
I'll show you an image of it.
Yeah, please do. Obviously, I don't have an explanation for this. I just heard you just described it to me.
Okay, so
I don't have to have an explanation for it.
The point is that the claim that the sun's rays are parallel and they've been measured that way, it's just not true, man. It's just so. Here's the 2 screenshots from the same video. There's the timestamp, so you can look on the video. As you can see, these shadow lengths are different. If this wasn't aligned with the sun, right, the shadow, because the vertical stick is the same width as these meter sticks. So the stick that's vertical is a meter stick. And if it wasn't in line, it was that these 2 sticks are at different angles, the shadow would fall off of the stick, right? It wouldn't land on the stick, it would land somewhere else. It would be partially on the stick and partially on the ground. Correct?
I need to look at the video myself. The green line's kind of blocking something, but I'm thinking that I understand your point, and I think
you can see there's a difference of at least a millimeter.
Well, I think one of the things is that your green line, what I see is that like on the top stick, he hasn't aligned it properly because the top stick, it's like there's a definite angle to the shadow on the stick, which means that the shadow is not perfectly in line with the stick, if that makes sense. Like the shadow's moving off to the side.
It does make sense.
That's how it would.
But you can see them in the parking lot, and they're right next to each other, and they're aligned with each other. Okay. The thing is, the idea that sun rays are parallel, there's no evidence for that, and we have evidence to the contrary of that.
I would say that the experiment I described, I have to find it again.
Yeah.
I don't have it. You have more information than I do on that, so I have homework, but yeah, I think I saw the explanation for because again, like you're using clouds in the sky to say like, oh, look, the sun rays are, look how wide apart they are, but like you only see that with clouds in the sky. I would say that like the experiment I described is way more precise, because you know exactly what what those rays are going through, and you use precise measurements of both the lens is made precisely, and you can use, it'll be like basically a ruler or something that, these are measurements that are not going to, you don't know what the medium is of the atmosphere.
So, I don't want to interrupt anybody. So, at the same time Eratosthenes was alive, the Chinese did the exact same stick experiment and reached a different conclusion.
I don't know. I did not know that, no.
Yeah, so all this stuff is like, and there's so many problems with Eratosthenes. We can just go on and on, all the problems. Nobody knows the distance of a stud. The name, we don't have a primary source. We don't have a secondary source. We have a tertiary source, which is 3 people removed from the original, if the original even existed. You have the problem with, they say he measured an angle of 7.2 degrees. Well, how to do that if the degrees weren't even introduced into Greece for another 300 years after he was dead? So, how do you get across all these problems that this guy, most likely, the Eratosthenes, is a complete bullshit story?
Well, I think that he knew how to measure angles in the same way that carpenters know how to make squares. There are certain ratios of side lengths of a triangle that produce the precise angles. And
they didn't have angles. They didn't have the concept of angles. Didn't exist. Degrees and shit like that didn't exist. They subdivided circles into 12 after the zodiac. That was as fine as an angle of a circle as they got.
You can subdivide those angles.
But he didn't, because they didn't do that.
From my understanding, is that
what Idio's trying to tell you is the conventions hadn't yet been made.
The units.
So if you actively try to put
angles,
them,
yes, but the measurements themselves have been.
Really? Well, that's great. Why don't you provide a primary source documented evidence that that's the case?
I don't. I just understand the.
You just say shit which you have no evidence for. You just is that working for you right now? How many times does this happen now? Are we at 24?
Yeah. No. I think there's at least.
No, for real, dude.
I need to have more knowledge of how specifically.
But you're making. Do you understand that you've made at least 24 claims, and when pressed for evidence, you don't have any, and you say, "Well, I got to go find that." Doesn't that bother you a little bit?
No. No.
And there you have it, folks. Evidence is irrelevant to this guy.
No, it's not irrelevant to me, but I think that the idea that what I'm saying is complicated is not bothersome to me, because it doesn't
they're
need
part of your
to
imagination, dude. But they're in your imagination. That's what you don't understand.
Complication.
The effects of atmospheric refraction do not have to be something so simple that we can intuitively understand it with a simple.
You don't know jack shit about atmospheric refraction
like that.
Look, you don't know jack shit about it. Okay, that's what CB was trying to tell you, but he was telling you nice. I'm going to tell you not so nice. You don't know jack shit about it. I'll just ask you a simple question. What model is used to make predictions about how much refraction there is? Terrestrial refraction, not astronomical refraction, not fucking refraction of lenses, not any of that shit.
The model?
Yeah, which model is used to make predictions that are accurate?
There's multiple. There's simple ones that just have like a baseline number.
The most accurate one. The most accurate one.
I don't know the name of the model, no.
Because it doesn't exist.
Many you can't name one?
He was asking me for one.
Yeah.
You don't know the name of anything. You just believe there's shit out there that exists, that it must exist because you want it to exist. But you don't know if it actually does exist. Go ahead.
I think we stumbled upon something. You notice how we always ask for somebody just give us one and they can't? Maybe we should ask them to give us 5 and then they could.
32. There is no model for terrestrial refraction that makes predictions, dude. That makes accurate predictions. It doesn't exist. They admit it in the literature that it doesn't exist.
I think all I've seen is there's some models that like when you like from like what I've done calculations with like with the sunrise and sunset stuff. The model that I showed you for that just
not a model of
baseline number of refraction. It just adds an offset for refraction.
It offsets the zenith angle by 0.83 degrees. It's not a model of refraction. It's just adding a fudge factor.
Absolutely is a model of refraction.
What's it? It models refraction. It models light bending through the air.
It is a mathematical approximation of refraction. That's what it is.
No, it isn't. I read it.
The 0.833 thing?
It just adds it, yes. It just makes the zenith angle 90.83 degrees instead of 90 degrees. That's all it does. It's not a model of refraction. A model of refraction would be, so Snell's law is a model of refraction. Right?
Snell's law is, I'm sorry. So when I'm saying like when it's a model of refraction, I'm saying it is a mathematical construct that basically approximates refraction. Snell's law.
It doesn't approximate anything. It's just a fucking number that they added into it.
It absolutely is what they're using to approximate the effective refraction. That's what
they just added the number 0.83 to 90. That's all they did.
That's the point of an approximation. It's an approximation would be a formula. It's not. A constant is a formula. You don't have to have any variables with it. They just make it constant because it's that much of an approximation.
Okay, where does that constant come from? Was it derived empirically?
I think it's derived I don't know where they got the constant from, but in that equation. But a lot of times what happens is that they either derive something empirically or they use a more complicated model to come up with some kind of average. A more complicated model that's more reflective of reality.
Well, that's a very interesting claim. Look, that's a very interesting claim. How about you go find the primary source and back that claim up? How about that?
That's just what I know about approximations. I mean, like sometimes.
Stop right there, friend. Okay. Friend, what you just said is this is what they're doing. Then you change your story to this is what essentially they should be doing. Now, here's the problem. Where's that sweet evidence that that's occurred? Other than your say so that you just recanted.
Again, that's what I said when I introduced that thing, that model. I said I had not gone through the math of this model very recently, and so I need to go through and give it the proper treatment. I was reluctant to even introduce it because I didn't think it was honest to introduce it without fully understanding it myself. But someone asked me to introduce it, and so I did.
So I could tell you where this all came from. Okay, you ready? It's very simple. They had geometric claims that preceded their knowledge of optics. They then fudged the optics because the things aren't in the field of view in the angular position that they should be. They fudged it to where it should be and then claimed that the differential is because light is taking an alternate path. They didn't prove it. They set out with a presupposition. We already know Earth's a globe. This thing isn't where it's supposed to be. Therefore, the only thing I can come up with is light is taking an alternate path to give the illusion that it's not where it's supposed to be. They then dubbed that atmospheric refraction. That's how it went down, friend.
Okay. So I understand that, and I want to be able to refute that with the math, and I need to go through the math and actually be able to confidently.
Okay, well that's great.
Where it's not a
you
fudging,
can make a.
or if it is
that's
fudging,
fine.
I'll retract it and say,
fine,
you know what,
dude,
it is a fudging.
dude,
You know what I mean?
That's fine, but you're already set. You're already set on the wrong path.
Why am I set on the wrong path of going through the math itself?
We need the validation that math, right, corresponds to tangible reality.
Okay, so
like for example, I could give you a model, right, of income earnings over the next 10 years for a person of a said value now and said investments over time, plus and minus depreciation and speculations, etc. Give you a result of what that portfolio would look like 10 years from now. And then I could say, oh, because I did that math, I'm now a millionaire. But I did never actually put the money to begin with in the beginning, so my portfolio never grew. Because math doesn't necessarily correspond with reality. You have to provide the tangibles of where it came from. Otherwise, you're just creating math out of nothing.
Well, yeah. So what I'd be describing is a predictive model, and we'd have to explain what that predictive model is and what math it uses, and then to validate that model, like you said, you have to actually do the thing. You have to actually measure the times of sunrise and sunset. I would love to travel all over the world and do that experiment.
What's it refracting around?
Not even done. That's what I was trying to tell you.
What's it refracting around?
Yeah, there's that problem.
What's it refracting around, mate?
Okay, I know the principle of
what is the light refracting around? What's it for refracting around?
So it can be refracting on a number of things. So one of the things
is it refracting around a ball?
Oh, are you talking about like?
What is the light refracting around?
Are you asking about whether or not what the medium is of refraction and what's happening? Man. Or are you asking about the shape of the Earth? Because I think you already know the answer to that question from me.
Shape of the Earth, because that's all this is about. What's it refracting around?
A globe.
Okay, where'd you prove the globe?
We've been talking about this whole time.
Okay, to be able to prove that it's refracting around something, you need something for it to refract around. If you haven't proved drop over distance, curvature, then you've got nothing to refract around. So therefore, your refraction is a myth. Simple.
You think refraction itself is a myth?
No, refraction is definitely a phenomenon. Good try, though. You guys do that shit all the time. There's a difference between refraction as a general phenomenon and terrestrial refraction, bending shit around a ball. Those are two different things.
Okay, so do you believe that, like, even in a flat Earth model, the atmospheric refraction exists, right? Because atmospheric refraction does not require a sphere.
You know, the problem isn't refraction. The problem is the thing that you claim has been refracted, the sphere.
Okay.
Refraction, operating in the way you said it exists, requires a sphere because you're claiming that the air is spherical. Because if there's a listen, check this out. If there's a vertical gradient of temperature and density, right, and you take a laser and you shoot it straight, that laser is never going to cross into another medium, and it will always go straight forever. So yeah, there would be a variation in refractive index, but if you are in between the gradations of the medium, you're not going to have any refraction as a phenomenon. Refraction is the difference in refractive index of a medium, and when a ray of light crosses over, it gets deflected towards the normal of the more dense medium, unless that angle that it intersects the boundary is beyond the critical angle. And at that time, the light will be totally internally reflected into the less dense medium. So, that refraction, yes, that refraction exists. Terrestrial refraction, as a general phenomenon, that makes the big ball look flat, even flatter than it's supposed to be. That phenomenon is horse shit and has been proven to be horse shit by empirical evidence and data. Not just ours, peer-reviewed measurements trying to quantify refraction over the last 150 years show that no model makes accurate predictions of refraction, that no model, you can't take a model and enter its values, make a prediction, and go out into the world and match that prediction. Period.
So what I've heard about refraction is that it requires knowledge of not only the density of the air, and I guess the density of the air, which is informed by things like the elevation, the pressure, like the barometric pressure, the temperature, and that's the whole atmospheric column. I mean, you're talking about like the entire atmosphere, and that's something that is practically impossible to measure.
You could just measure the thing that you say is refracted, i.e. the curve, the globe.
Yeah,
but again, it requires the entire column of the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's fine. So how does laser targeting work? How did they develop laser targeting?
Which by the way is validatable, and it definitely works.
I don't know. I don't know about laser targeting, so I don't know.
Right, but I want to draw attention to something you said. You said in order to understand refraction, you have to have the knowledge of the entire path. Okay, simultaneously at the moment of the observation. That's impossible to get. That is true. So then why do they have these alleged models of refraction? I'll tell you why, which I already told you. Things don't they should. So they created a rule that tries that, and they just input a number, and if it doesn't work, they just scale that number by a ratio until it fits the geometry. Now, this is what happens when they do this, friend. This is hilarious, by the way. How they get this is they don't see things where they should be geometrically if the Earth was a globe. In other words, the Earth looks flatter. So what they do is they match the way it looks with math by lowering the Sagittar, which is apex to the center of the circle segment formula, right? So in other words, they change the radius of the Earth. That is what the model of refraction does when they're talking about terrestrial refraction. It literally inflates the radius of the Earth to lower the hump between point A and point B to make you be able to see light straight on and then see your target geometrically.
Can you show me a model
this off.
I'm not you. I want to see it. Like I want to see it as well.
Dude, all you got to do is just search up Earth curve calculators. In fact, there's a very famous guy who's involved called Walter Bislin. He has an advanced Earth curve calculator. And you can watch exactly what I said happen live as you input the numbers. That's what they do, brother. They literally change the geometry of the Earth to match the observation. And the scale value goes to a 60 billion mile radius. They have a scale that will allow you to input 60 billion mile radius. That makes any observation unfalsifiable. Okay? So pseudoscience by definition. And you already adequately hold on.
The radius?
Hold on. Friend. It's not that it allows you to. That's how they work. It's the only way that they can explain mathematically how you can see the thing you're seeing that you shouldn't see. They don't input optical effects. They change the geometry of the circle. And you can watch it happen. You can see the numbers. It says radius change, and you see it change. It says Sagittar, and the Sagittar lowers. The Sagittar can't lower in reality, brother. It's fixed. If the Earth is a certain size, then it's fixed. Can't change. So they shouldn't be applying any math to the radius of the Earth whatsoever if they're actually applying a mathematical model of light. But they're not. What they're doing is breaking the radius of the Earth. So the thing that's refracted in their model is not light, it's the Earth. Refracted means broken. And when they have a model that models refraction on the Earth, terrestrial refraction, it means broken Earth. It's a self-evident concession that the model of the globe requires the breaking of its own model anytime you see anything, ever.
Yeah.
So, like you had go ahead, brother.
I was just going to say what Timbo said. Like, you can't have a model of refraction if you don't have a globe. because you don't know how to apply the model, right? Do I use a radius 10,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 15,000 miles? What do I use? And then whatever you pick, whatever random radius you pick, you assume that's the radius. Then your model of refraction is going to have its, its assumptions or its consequences based upon that, right? Oh, the Earth's got 10,000 mile radius. Oh, we see something deflected up 0.1 degrees. Oh, there must be this much refraction in between here and there. Let's come up with a formula to make that happen. That's called an ad hoc hypothesis.
Yep. It's also called
that's the whole. You're basically describing the scientific method. You're saying you take observations.
Scientific method.
No. It absolutely is, because you're missing the last step on purpose, and the last step is that you take the model and you see if reality fits that, and if it doesn't, that means your model is wrong. And the thing is that you may, and that's the thing is I listened. By the way, people are claiming that I didn't listen to you, Arden. I absolutely did listen to you, and I want to actually look up this stuff. And
hold on. Before you continue to prove that you listened, I recently said that the way they apply the math makes every observation unfalsifiable because it has an infinite scale value.
Yes.
Now, unfalsifiable is pseudoscience by definition, not science. So
I absolutely agree with you. And if they do make the model like that, then that's wrong. Yes.
Well, there you go. So that's the answer.
I agree that if the model is unfalsifiable, then it's not a good model, a good predictive model. If it's a model that always predicts, if it's something that you just changed, it's like I've seen these kinds of things, like people criticize string theory in physics because basically you can make it fit wherever you want it to. All you have to do is move this parameter around until it fits, and it and the problem is that it needs to have predictive power. That's one of the things. You can set a parameter. You can empirically measure a parameter in your model and say, okay, well, this is the value of the parameter that makes the model fit. But the problem, and that's fine to do scientifically as long as your model can predict something with that measurement. So predict something outside of it. You know what I mean? So
absolutely, brother. So all you got to do is take exactly what you just said, and just instead of saying string theory, say terrestrial refraction, and you have the exact same point.
Okay, so I think so I would say I'm going to look into it because I need to look into it. That's but again, if the model takes into account the radius of the Earth, as long as that radius is something you empirically measure and you keep it constant and then use that model to make predictions that turn out to be approximately accurate, then or as accurate as your model is going to claim it's going to be, then that's fine. It's fine to have an empirical parameter in your model.
Yeah, sure. So that's great. I'm glad you said that. So when you have these observations, right, and you apply the scale of refraction, it starts out with a standard. You can also pick from presets, but it's essentially a scale that you slide with your mouse or your keys. Just like when you're, creating your character in an RPG video game, do you want him to be fat or thin? And you slide the scale back and forth. So what happens is, as you see this observation that supersedes globe geometry that shouldn't be possible, you go to this little calculator, you put it in, you put all the factors, and notice how it says, oh, this is impossible on the globe. So all as you do to make it fit is you take your mouse, you put it down to the refraction, and you just start going over towards the right, increase. And you'll see the graphic change to where all of a sudden the image... They have a little graphic, like crosshairs of an image that would represent the building or the object you're looking at, and you see how it slowly matches what you see in reality. But how you're getting them to match is hiding that refraction scale. Now, interestingly enough, how you're really getting them to match is in the next box underneath the first box, which shows the radius and the Sagitah changing as you slide the scale. So what they are doing is creating a flatter Earth. They're taking the hump in between point A and point B, and they're flattening it out by lowering the Sagitah, by increasing the leg in the circle segment formula. Okay?
Gotcha.
Assured friend, the only way to do that and to get the results is by breaking the radius of the Earth.
I want to add something. Just how logically vapid this whole idea is. Saying the Earth is dynamically changing size when you make observation is just as valid as saying it's refraction. Neither one has any empirical evidence, but either one will fit predictions. Instead of saying 7.6R, I'll just use the actual change radius value and say the Earth changed size instead of refraction bending light at a certain rate of curvature.
Is 7.6R? That's another approximation of refraction, right?
That's a so-called standard refraction, but it's not really a standard. But that's what global.
Yeah, I see a lot of times, like you'll see on like if you look up these things, I really recommend you do, because I think one of the things is the sunrise and sunset thing. It happens everywhere. You don't need like a particular. You don't need like a horizon that has objects on it. It's like you can go on any beach and see the sunrise or sunset depending on the time of year.
Right.
And hold on, I was just about to say, like, I meant to make my point is that it's a good way to do it. And a lot of times you'll see these calculators say this is only accurate for these certain latitudes, because especially on high latitudes, it's really not accurate. And that happens a lot. And it basically, these models go, well, this is the refraction when you're talking about these latitudes, and this is the refraction of basically higher latitudes. And the idea is that there's more atmosphere and there's more effects of the atmosphere, and the atmosphere matters more because the sun is coming in at such a shallow angle.
Friend, when you do these, when you apply 7.6R to something, okay, 7/6, an increase set by 7/6 to what? R. What's R? Radius. So is that a model of light, or is that an increase in the radius of the Earth? Okay, because when you're trying to figure out if what you should see, you're going to apply it in an orthographic view. You're going to draw a circle. You're going to draw a straight line, you and the target object. You're going to that line with the sagitta, or the hump in between point A and point B. Now, if that line intersects or goes, you wouldn't be able to see the thing, but I can see the thing. So now what do I do to fix this? It's simple. I just lower the hump by applying 7/6R. That increases the radius of the Earth. That stretches out the base leg of the circle segment formula, and it causes the sagitta to become lower. That is not light. That is not optics, bro. That is breaking the geometry.
Wait, I have
and I'd have to dispute that. That's the reason why the calculator busts. The reason the calculator busts is because as you're going towards high latitude using spherical trigonometry, and you're using latitude, right, that it becomes nonlinear. So it's 69 miles per degree until you start getting close to the poles, and then it's not.
You're talking about what are you talking about here? Like refraction?
I'm talking about when you're calculating the sunrise times.
Yes.
So you're calculating sunrise times. You're taking the sine of the latitude, right? And then you're doing a tan function, and then figure out the azimuth off that tangent plane.
Yeah.
But that's non-linear. The sine of the latitude doesn't change linearly. It only changes linearly 69 miles per degree up until you start getting to like 60 degrees, and then you starts dropping. 59 miles per degree, 32 miles per degree. Something like 1 degree from the North Pole, it's like 8 miles per degree. The error is in the small angle. It's not in fucking refraction or any other stupid thing like that.
Okay. Again, I'll go through the math again and make sure I understand it completely before I come back as well, because that's an interesting point.
But also, there's another problem with that, is that if you go into the Southern Ocean or into so-called high latitudes, you can see incredibly far. And you can see incredibly far because the air is clear. It doesn't have water. It doesn't have particles or water vapor in it. So I'll give you an example. So in 1587, Bering, the guy that the Bering Strait is named after, they got stuck in the ice far north, and they were waiting for the spring so that they could thaw out and get out. Well, spring came 14 days too early according to their calendar. Yeah. And when they got back to the Netherlands, all the scientists there said he was lying, tried to destroy his reputation, even though he logged everything. It's a ship. They log everything. So not only did the sun rise spring happened 2 weeks too early, it happened not just the 14th day too early, the 13th, the 12th, the 10th, every day too early. And they said, well, that's what they had to say, that there's so much refraction that it picked the sun up 4 degrees.
Gotcha. I mean...
Yeah, so what we're illustrating to you is there's a bunch of Band-Aids and duct tape and, staples and like all this shit holding the globe together. And they're all retroactively placed post hoc, ad hoc hypotheses that have been placed on so that the globe can't be falsified.
Okay.
Yes, but what they actually become is ex post hoc, which means they try to retroactively, not only they're created after the fact, and then they're attempted to be put retroactively into the antecedent. Right? So like we already know this and it's predictive when it's really just post-diction. They try to weasel that one by you all the time and be like, oh, well, these things make predictions. What we do is we create some math after the fact to make an excuse, and then we call it a prediction.
Yeah. Like the Chicago skyline, Blue. So you see the Chicago skyline, and you're like...
I'm like, what?
Hold on a second.
So, I mean, the 7/6R, right, is just the idea is that you basically increase the radius of the Earth to account for refraction, is like based off of observation, right?
No.
So you see this. Let me finish. So you see the Chicago skyline, and you go, "Look, that's good evidence for refraction." That's a post-diction. After the fact, because you saw something that didn't match what you assumed to be the truth. After the fact, you say this phenomenon must be happening after the fact.
Okay. I would wonder this because what was very clear to me was that refraction is different for sunrise and sunset based off of your latitude. That was made very clear to me in some of these approximations for refraction, that you had to make it bigger and bigger for higher and higher latitudes. And you're saying it's because of the sine value. I guess I'm going to look and see what those approximations
because you're getting
the sine value.
You're getting the hour angle of the sun, right? You're getting the hour angle of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So you want the time the sun rises above the horizon, but you're going off the tan of the latitude, right? You find the latitude and then you find the angle relative to, I think it's the meridian, right?
Yeah, whatever meridian you choose, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to calculate that angle.
Yeah.
So that, I don't know how to put this quite clearly. I don't know. I don't know how to put it in words. Because I'm visualizing.
Yeah, the azimuth is. That's the thing, is like it's difficult to like. I think, for me, it's difficult to visualize like I need like to do the math and like have either some kind of like 3D rendering software or something, kind of like walk through it a little bit. Like as I like put in equations and stuff, it makes more sense to me. I think when I first did it, I drew it out. So I need to do it again. It's just been probably been 5 years at this point.
Well, let me say this, because I've been trying to get this out. A bunch of observatories have timed the sunrises, right? So 3 observatories timed the sunrise. I don't think they went for a whole year. I think they might have went for a 3 consecutive days in a month, in consecutive days in a 3-month period. One was an observatory in Hawaii, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's Keck Observatory or whatever. And 2 other observatories. One might, I can't remember. I think one's in Chile. One's in, might be the one in New Zealand or something. But they took all the sunrise times. And the reason I asked you, what were you going by, the top of the sun, center of the sun, bottom of the sun? because part of this paper goes into that. Like, we looked at all the, because they did, in the beginning of any research paper, they go over like a literature review, partial literature review. And they go like, this paper, like, they use this part of the sun and they use that part of the sun. And these guys use this part of the sun. We're going to use this part, right? And we're gonna use the top, and we're gonna go off the U.S. Naval Observatory, their predicted sunrise times, and we're gonna calculate when the sun should rise. The mean value, so the mean error was 4 minutes, with the greatest error, the greatest discrepancy between what was measured and what was observed was 14 minutes.
Oh, okay? That is interesting. Can I see that? I'm not calling.
I mean, I hold on. No, believe me, it exists. Don't worry. It's going to take me a second to find it.
Okay, cool.
I haven't seen it in a while.
I would like to see, what I would like to do, I think, is potentially.
Well, the reason I found this out because you would have people coming in here and saying they can predict eclipses down to the second, and I'm like, dude, they can't even predict the time the sun comes up within 5 minutes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about with it to the second? People do say ridiculous shit like that. You should hear the ridiculous things people say in regards to this topic. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the things, though, is that if they are using something that is, like, basically using refraction or something to get kind of, like, unravel the globe, and so basically take these, like, globular coordinate predictions and turn them really into what is actually happening on a flat surface. What I find interesting is that the error changes. Like, it absolutely changes, right? Like, you can be sometimes a few minutes off, and sometimes you're like almost right on the money. Because like there was a time, one of my measurements was like,
can I ask one simple
one of the models was right on the money, like it was right there.
Okay. Sorry.
Go ahead. Finish, dude.
That was basically my end of my statement. Was basically like some of the models, they can be right on the money, but then some of the time they're not on the money at all for the same location, same equations and all that stuff. But like that doesn't seem to make sense unless there's something that's intermittently changing. So like the shape of the Earth isn't changing. Whatever it is, it's static. Nobody's experiencing any change of shape anywhere on Earth. So the shape of the Earth isn't changing. So like something is changing that is affecting these equations and these predictions. And that's like where what makes the most plausible sense to me is the only thing that changes on a daily basis like that is the atmosphere. Like temperature and stuff like that change every day. And that is self-evident. I mean, that is something that anybody can observe.
Can I ask a question?
Forecast. So, like, that's what is interesting to me is like if this refraction is just unraveling the math to make it fit, even though the Earth is actually not that shape. Why does it change? Why do the predictions change? Like, why do the observations change? If they're going to be wrong and it's really the wrong shape, they should be wrong in the same way all the time. They shouldn't change like this. So there's something that is changing on a day-to-day basis.
Can I ask a question? Can we measure the flatness?
Is that to me?
Yeah.
Can you measure the flatness? I don't know, because I think one of the things is that if the Earth were truly flat,
okay, let's put it like this.
Shouldn't it be possible to see past a certain point? Like, shouldn't it be possible to see a very long ways away?
If you have the Bolivia Salt Lake,
that's the whole point. You've been getting it all night. Jeez, 660 miles you can see, bro.
If you measure the 10 miles flat, let's say on that Bolivia Salt Lake, they are saying that elevation. It's my God, it's not 10 miles, it's more. It's flat. It's elevation maybe 1 or 2 meters only on I don't know 1,000. I will tell you numbers now. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's big. What that mean that things is not flat even if it's measured flat?
Let me ask you this question, dude. What level of discrepancy from the prediction would cause you alarm? 1 order of magnitude, 2 orders of magnitude, 3 orders of magnitude, 5 orders of, like, When does it become suspicious?
That's a good question. Like I'm thinking, like when in context with these, like because I was talking about like the sunrise and sunset stuff. When would that model being wrong? How far? I think it would be like if it's off by like an hour. I would be like, what the hell? Like.
So that would be.
If it's off by a minute in either direction, I think. Like I don't know. Or I guess it's if it's off by a minute. I guess for sunrise, if it's off by a minute where it's saying it's going to predict... I guess if it's accumulating refraction, then it can be off in any direction because the refraction could be more or less than what they see. Based on, like, the... I mean, I've seen some refractive models that include temperature and stuff like that when they're doing predictions. Obviously, they can't predict very far out because they need to, like, know the prediction of the temperature for that day. But again, I don't have the resources to test those on like a multitude of locations on the Earth.
So a 2 order of magnitude error of sunrise time would be something like what?
I guess it depends. I mean, I don't know, like the magnitude of what, like.
It's hard to I try to quantify it in that way because it's a time.
Well, it's like, what's the zero value of that, right? Like, because you're saying like it's an order of magnitude is in reference to some sort of zero, and there's not really a zero value. I think that makes sense for this.
Yeah, it's time. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, like if it's like.
So we're measuring refraction with time. That's like now.
Yeah, I want to see if any of the refraction models include some kind of like expected error or like something that is reasonably, because like you can, if you're making an approximation, sometimes you can basically say like, there's gonna be some sort of like
but check it out, brother.
That's
I got something for you.
Approximation.
I got something for you. Doesn't matter if any of the area errors are beyond the norm. They just mitigate it by the presupposition that we already know Earth's a globe, and no observation can falsify that. So what they will do is they will just claim extreme refraction, anomalous refraction, cosmic refraction,
super refraction.
No, I'm not joking, by the way, with you. For example, I'll give you an example. So,
hold on. I was just talking about the sun rose 2 weeks too early in the fucking spring. It didn't even bat an eye at that shit.
The thing about them being above the Arctic Circle and like,
so cosmic refraction.
Cosmic refraction? No, that's not like the explanation. To me, makes sense because of the fact that the sun at higher latitudes, according to the model, is coming in at a shallow angle, and so it goes through a lot of the atmosphere in order to, and so the effect of the atmospheric refraction is increased. That's why refraction depends on the altitude. Like a lot of times, you see a model for refraction. Talking about sunrise and sunset, it's going to be a constant.
So
but like,
why don't we
about
call
refraction of any object? You use the elevation of the object, meaning how far it is above the horizon.
That's fantastic, dude. But we're marking the latitude lines by the sun, right? So why aren't we calling 66 degrees north 62 degrees north?
We mark latitude. It depends. I mean, you can use Polaris to mark your latitude. You don't need the sun necessarily.
Okay. So the first day of spring.
Yes.
Okay, it's when the sun comes up in the Arctic Circle. It's the first day the sun comes up in the Arctic Circle, according to the model. Now, if you see it 2 weeks too early, then you're not in the Arctic Circle. You're outside of it. And if they're saying it's 4 degrees too high, that means you're at 62 latitude. You're not at 66.
Bro, he probably doesn't even know that you can't go past the 60th parallel because of the Antarctic Treaty.
That's a whole nother subject. We don't even want to get into that shit. We're just talking this shit. It's the point. These things are not separable from each other. They're all one thing. Okay. And you said makes a great explanation. Yeah, it makes a great story, a great fucking post-Nixon ad hoc hypothesis bullshit. Band-Aid to fix what's broken. Yeah, it's great if you want to keep the globe. But like 2 weeks too early, dude. 2 weeks. 14 days. And every day. It isn't like, oh, we just saw it that one day and then it went back to normal. So for 14 days straight, there was cosmic refraction that ducted the sun up that they should only be able to see if they were 300 something miles south of their position.
So is this is according to the this, who was it again? I'm sorry. It was the Bering Strait. It was some early explorer, right?
No, he wasn't in the Bering Strait. The Bering Strait is named after him.
Oh, where was he?
Okay, so I'll give you the citation because I got that actually.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with the story. I didn't know. So was it like
there's a lot of these stories? They don't teach.
So it was like midnight sun kind of thing, right? Like it was like the sun was always shining during the winter.
No, they were in the perpetual darkness and they're waiting for spring so they could thaw out.
Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying. Sorry. So they were in like perpetual darkness, and then they counted the first day of sunrise to be like that's, you know, whatever day it is, based off of their latitude that they probably calculated using Polaris at night, because it was
they thought the sunrise was 2 weeks away and it rose 2 weeks too early.
Gotcha.
The thing is, that's how latitude is set by, right?
I mean, latitude can be set by
GPS.
It could be set by the elevation of Polaris.
Latitude and longitude are completely based on the celestial sphere and where the sun is and within it.
Longitude, you use the sun. Latitude, you use Polaris. If you're in the North Hemisphere,
they all exist in a celestial coordinate system. They don't exist on the Earth. They
yes, they're all celestial coordinates. They're not like. They correspond to physical locations on the Earth, but they don't correspond.
Yeah, that we arbitrarily say yes, this is 45 degrees.
Well, they're defined as the physical locations where you measure that latitude and that longitude on the celestial.
They don't match the sky, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The latitude and longitude ground coordinate systems don't match the sky.
The current ones?
Yes, the current ones.
I would probably assume so.
You'd be incorrect.
Because they don't use the global coordinate positioning system is more complicated now than what we used to use when we just used the celestial sphere. Because the Earth isn't a sphere. Oh God, don't quote me on that. Earth isn't a sphere.
Got him. I'm putting that in the freaking
Yeah, but I mean, like, obviously it's not a perfect sphere. No one says that. I mean, there's mountains and shit, man. Earth is it's clearly not a perfect sphere.
I'll give you a quote, okay? From a famous dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson. The Earth is a more perfect sphere than a billiard ball.
Oh, like the topography of the Earth, yes.
Yeah, so you would consider a billiard ball essentially a near perfect sphere.
I think he's talking about the local topography because I think
that's not the point, brother.
Yeah, the local topography is so flat compared to the size of the Earth, like because you're saying
exactly.
Saying, like, if you take like the Mariana Trench, which is a certain depth, and the height of Mount Everest, which is the highest point on Earth, like. The difference between those two compared to the actual Earth itself is so small that it's like.
And then what's the difference? What's the alleged difference at the pairness of it? The equator bulge and the lower bulge. What's the differential percentage?
I think it's something like 20 kilometers, but I can't be certain on that.
Oh wow! Like 12 miles then?
Yeah.
Whoopie frick, dude. If you put that into an equation for a sphere and drew it in frickin' AutoCAD and tried to display it on an 8K monitor, you wouldn't be able to see any differential in the pixels.
Earth has been misrepresented to us by geologists because the globes that you buy that you rub your fingers over it and you feel the Himalayas and you feel the Rocky Mountains. No. No. Okay?
Yep.
So I just want to make a point, and you might get offended by this, dude, and sorry for you, because it's not a personal attack. It's just an observation. It's an observation. Now, let's say we weren't talking about the shape of the Earth. We were talking about history. And we believe in the modern chronology, and we believe all the shit that's been told. Greeks, Romans, yada yada, Christians, Enlightenment, yada yada. But you came in, and you started talking about Middle Earth history. You start talking about the freaking Anu and the freaking dwarves and the elves and Sauron and all shit, and you start saying, no, this is the history. We're like, nah, dude, we need some evidence. And every time we said that, I don't know, I'll go find it. And you keep saying that for like an hour.
Yeah.
What should we think? Because we've heard all this before, and we actually the evidence that you don't know where it is.
Oh my God!
Jesus Christ! What the hell,
Sorry,
man?
I couldn't hear what you said. I was hoping that it was that meme where it was like the source is I made it the fuck up, because that's really funny.
No, I don't. No, what I'm saying is we know where the information is that you don't know where it is, and that information doesn't say what you think it says.
Okay. I would like to, because I want to be able to go through the math and actually understand it. It's been a while since I've gone through the math. It's been a while since
I've math matter if observational reality does not match the math?
Well, I would say is if I can find math that is both consistent with what I understand of physics and is just self-consistent, and then I can use it to make predictions, and those predictions are reasonably accurate, then I would say that model is reasonably accurate.
Okay.
If there are predictions that it makes that are wrong, then that's where we come into that's not going in circles. The idea is that's the whole idea of science. That's how we have our society and our technology, is that we make models that make predictions, and when those models are proven wrong by reality, which is king, we change the model. We say that model was wrong, and we find a model that works and is consistent with all the other models.
Modern technology is made by engineering, okay, which is trial and error.
That's trial and error, but also the engineering is informed by scientific principles and laws.
That's where they start, and that's where they prototype. But the actual end product comes out of the engineering part. Okay, but that's not the point. You can make predictive models that predict all sorts of shit. Epicycles predict orbits. Do you believe in epicycles? They're accurate.
They have so many parameters and aren't consistent.
So what?
With physics.
That's a philosophical complaint.
I guess so. It's a philosophical complaint about them
because your standard a second ago was we make it has predictive power.
Yep.
Epicycles.
Yes, let me critique. Hold on, friend. Let me give you a critique. He critiques you on your philosophy. So to assume that physics here are the same physics that are going to apply to objects way far away is a philosophical assumption, because you've never been to those objects to confirm any of that, right?
Yes.
Right. So it's not. So it's not a scientific model then. It's a philosophical model masquerading as science with a interpretation of pseudoscience.
Science is a philosophy, and just because it has Basel assumptions doesn't mean that it is somehow inherently false or inherently invalid, because every model about reality has base assumptions. I don't want to go into philosophy, but you have to have axioms to do anything with philosophy. You have to assume something to be axiomatically true.
Okay,
to have a philosophical model.
So is your philosophy it works, therefore it's true?
What?
Is your philosophy it works, therefore it's true? My model works, therefore it's true.
My model works, therefore it is accurate.
And what does that mean as far as truth value?
Does it describe I mean, the value of it is the predictive power. That's the true value of a model.
So it has a utility.
Power. Okay, so can we stop for a second? So what it is a model of usefulness. That's it. That's all it could ever be based on what you just admitted.
That was a QE. That was perfect.
That's a crock of shit.
A model of usefulness.
What model? What? Define a scientific model, Sunshine. With citation, please.
Oh, that might be too much to ask in one sentence.
Yeah, that's a lot to ask. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah,
you
don't know. So you're talking about something you have no clue of. Predictions. What's a scientific prediction? Let's start there.
What's a prediction?
What's a scientific prediction? Not a Gene Dixon prediction, a scientific prediction. If you don't answer it in 5 seconds, you're finished here.
I'm not.
Answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're a fraud. A scientific prediction is a scientific hypothesis.
Makes me sick.
You're done. You're a fraud. There it is right there, 25 minutes after the hour. From Colorado State University, a scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. You're fucking done. Bye. Back to romper room. You don't know what a hypothesis is. Bye. Did he leave?
No.
He should have.
He's reading a citation, obviously, because that's what they all do.
I'm not going to read the citation of that.
If you have to read that citation and not just understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, you're a fraud.
I understand what you're saying.
You do. You didn't know what a prediction was. Just before you were talking about models. Of course, you don't know what they are.
Can you prove that?
Could be a runway model, airplane model. Who gives a shit?
A mathematical model.
Mathematical model. Mathematics, not science or physics.
Science uses math all the time. What are you talking about?
It's mathematics. Mathematics.
Science uses mathematical models all the time. What are you talking about?
Believe you now when you don't even know what a hypothesis is. Oh, what the fuck?
You're just making these claims and then just sitting there counting from 5 and acting like that just proves your claim.
You don't know your ass from a fucking pipe wrench.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Mathematics is not science at all. It has zero to do with it.
I didn't say that. Who said that? Who said that mathematics was science? I said mathematical models that science uses because science uses math all the time. Some people argue that physics is just applied math.
You don't know what a hypothesis is. How do you know what natural science is? Or what scientists use? What the fuck? Let's start here. 27 minutes after the hour. From Feynman. Feynman lectures on physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Another Nobel laureate, Kary Mullis, biochemistry and mathematics, which is really not science. From Professor Blakrishnan, professor of physics, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. From Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. Quantum mechanics, it's a theory which is based on experiment, not deduced by mathematics. So, do you see the dichotomy there, Sunshine? My God.
Yes, science isn't math, but science uses math.
No, it doesn't. You don't know what natural science is. Science doesn't use shit. That's a reification fallacy. What is science?
You're just arguing about like the definitions of words instead of their practical uses when you're talking about like physicists. Let me be more exact in my English. Physicists who practice
you don't know what your ass. You don't know your ass from a pipe wrench. You're done. Bye. back to your whose favorite color is the best and fucking favorite color forms. Bye down.
Keep in mind, he had already conceded that the endeavors which he was claiming were all pseudoscience anyway. So it's very confusing.
Talking about models and predictions. He didn't know what a model was. He doesn't know what a prediction is. And now he's going to fucking lecture us on what science uses. Yeah. Okay, buddy. For sure. We'll be listening to you. Fucking Dunning-Kruger idiot. And by the way, the defining of terms is called the Socratic method. It is the foundation of natural science, by the way.
and rational discourse.
Yeah.
Without which none can be had.
Exactly. No, you're not going to be able to go on. We don't listen to fucking morons, demonstrated morons, sir. We're not going to let you go on now. Go to the Dunning-Kruger idiot forum. That's where you belong. I'm not going to enable you. We're not going to entertain you. This isn't 2015. We don't want to hear about your feelings and what you think. You're a fucking clown. Already demonstrated. Bye.
Yeah, however, if you do find any of that primary source documentation for any of your claims, by all means, bring it back.
You guys can't hear me, can you?
No.
Wait, how can you hear me? I'm on push to talk and I'm not pushing. Does anybody hear that guy talking?
Yeah, I decide who's on push to talk or not.
That's crazy. What's going on?
I don't know. Did you have a greasy finger?
I might have picked my nose. Alright, I'll fix it. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude. Booger smear accidentally causes man to spend life savings on bingo tickets. Which, by the way, is a model of refraction. What you do is you just yell bingo, and then when they say, "Oh, does your bingo card have bingo on it?" You just keep grabbing bingo cards till you make one, or you just draw your own. Yeah, I got bingo.
Sorry, did I ruin everyone's fun? I have a tendency to do that.
Nah, not really.
It was a relief to get rid of the idiot. Thank you.
It was lost in the law, like Miggy likes to say. Lost in the law.
He just bit off more than he can chew, that's all.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the quote-unquote model of refraction that they use to make predictions. Let's see, what else are we waiting for? The math of if the Earth was flat, I could see forever. Let's see, what else? The attitude data from an airplane's black box. Let's see, what else are we waiting for? The list goes on and on.
That's funny how in one sentence he's talking about how the atmosphere is constantly changing how far you can see. But if the Earth were flat, you could see forever. The atmosphere just disappears all of a sudden.
Yeah.
How about the heliocentric model? I'd like to see that one.
Oh,
you figure after 7 years they'd get fucking around to it by now. All of them paired. Model. My model says you don't have a model. Our model has predictive powers. Let's see it. Never seen it in 7 fucking years. Of course, they don't even know what a model is. Just like Klooper Glabtrap just before. There you go, ballers. That's what you have to show. Your heliocentric model. Let's see it.
QE, it's about time you showed up. So I really like you to work on your emphasis, that power. I think, if you just work on that excitement level a little bit more.
You saying I lack passion?
Ratchet that shit up even.
So he says he has a refractive model that he's going to do a little research more into the information that he found, but I hope it's not the one from Andrew Thomas Young where he himself states we model everything on a flat baseline, but we know the Earth is curved, so then we wrap everything that we just did around a ball.
Can they define refraction first, then show an example before they get into it? Oh, but did you guys hear Dave Twangles McKeegan today by any chance? It's a thing on FED. Yeah.
Okay. Is it new content for him or just new content critiquing him?
It's a rebuttal that he made. He absolutely train wrecks himself. The per usual. He's a new guy on the block. I think Nathan locked horns with him, but he came back with a rebuttal video, and I'll tell you what, we went over half of it today. It's classic, dude. Real classic bald-tard, smashing himself in the face with a spade shovel over and over and over again. You guys need to listen to it, man. I'm telling you. It was like over 3 hours long. He's doing the other half tomorrow morning. So make sure you guys... He did
3 hours worth? That's sweet.
Yeah, it was all live too, so it wasn't the after show like you'd miss anything. So hit the debate up that was live today, and you're good to go.
Cool. I still got to watch the tour debate. I want to see that.
I watched about. I'll tell you what I did. Thanks a lot, Indio, for giving me that. By the way, I got past the introductions, and then I listened to the first rebuttal, because I knew it was going to... The only thing that he could do was at home, because he's a fucking clueless clown. I mean, I debunked him years ago. He doesn't know first thing about second law of thermodynamics, let alone any chemistry, which you have to know before you get into chemistry, by the way. But I knew it was going to be a shit show, so I only watched like the actual 10 minutes. I didn't need any more, so... What a belly laugher embarrassment. Fucking clown, cream of wheat Farina. What a joke. This fucking guy claims, first he claimed, no, I'm not talking about during the video, I'm talking about before. He's all that in a bag of chips, cream of wheat Farina. He claims that order can arise from disorder. He thinks that's the second law of thermodynamics. It's fucking not. That was debunked like 30 fucking years ago. And then his prime example of abiogenesis, or abiogenesis, for all the technical folks out there, was fucking ice cubes. This fucking guy. I couldn't believe it. Right? His subscribers are definitely retarded if they didn't call him out over that dumb shit. But you could just go to my channel, hit Dave or Cream of Wheat, it'll pop up, and just watch the thrashing he took. Fucking clown. That's just the first one off the bow. Just with the abiogenesis deal. That's not speaking to his globe Earth acumen, where he has the sun, moon, and stars rise in the west and set in the east in the southern hemisphere. I shit you not. And proud of it, too. Claiming everyone else is a dumb fuck except him and his Globetard buddies. I'm serious. You can't make this shit up, man. It's right now. It's like whack-a-mole, right? This is too easy.
Nipples in the barrel.
We had someone today. We had someone today say that if you see the stars going in one direction and you turn around, they still go in that same direction.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Who do we have in here today? We had a aerospace engineer student.
That was a train wreck.
All these baltards are so like. Finn Bob was the aerospace engineer student, right?
Yeah, they all came out of that 2017 time machine that parked itself in lobby or something.
Yeah, it's too easy at this point. Oh, what's his face? Camille. Camille was saying that you can. Was it Camille? I got to look back. I think it was Finn Bob that was saying that you could have
Finn Bob and Camille.
That a going over a mountain is a straight line. We have the clip. We do. It's so good. Yeah. It was so good. I mean, all by themselves, they just like they make the content. Huey.
I wish I was still doing numpty clips.
Yeah, you stopped doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured 90 was good.
I'm just gonna keep pumping them out.
You don't want to buy another hard drive.
I'm just gonna keep slapping them on YouTube, as many as I can.
Go for the 100.
I left it open.
Anyway, you've got like 2-hour-long numpty clips.
No, the longest one is 35 minutes, I think.
I'm talking about your series, like on Rob Parks and other things.
Oh, Rob Parks, yeah, but that wasn't an official numpty clip. The first treatment on Rob Clark, that was 5 fucking hours. I think there's a total of 20 hours on Rob Parks. I'm serious. Oh, and then
he's trying to pull another 20 more.
Yeah, there's about 20 hours just fucking destroying him. And then I have fucking idiot Witsit do something the other day with Rob Parks, and his conclusion, fuckwit Witsit, was to agree to disagree with Rob Parks. That was it. Yeah, Witsit, you listening? You prostitute fucking idiot. What an embarrassment you are, sir. Unbelievable. We'll just agree to disagree on fucking reality. My God, are you a dumb fuck? Unbelievable. Are these people in here entertaining that fucking idiot? Witsit. Huh? Listen to that shit, Rob Parks. Did agree, disagree at the end. Right? And Rob Parks stating about this is science, I'm a scientist, this is science, without one objection from fucktard Witsit. Not one. Not a single one. After how many years in here? Yeah?
When was this?
You fucking fraud. You fucking Jane Fonda piece of shit. And he's leading you guys. Is he leading any of you guys? Is that what you got going on in here?
Not me. Not me. When was this?
He did somebody posted in here. It was like about a week ago, right? And giving kudos for Witsit for Rob, for his interview with Rob Parks. I guess he did an interview. I don't follow this fucking moron anymore. Witsit. But he posted the video in here. I fucking ended up listening to it. OMG. Jane Fonda. just be polite to him, rub his feet. Don't do anything, that'll upset the cart. Rob Parks, professor of astronomy. Yeah. That's what you got, folks. I said almost 5 years ago, I was on an interview with somebody, and they asked me what they thought was the biggest problem with flat Earth, and I fucking told them long ago. I said, pretender clown flat earthers will be the downfall of flat Earth.
Rob Parks.
Prophet. What?
Rob Parks is running the show over there. He just gets to pick which flat earthers get banned. I was on the panel just listening, and he goes, I want Crit off the panel. And boom, they just banned him.
Just listen.
Crit, you can't catch a break, man. Yeah, I know. Then he bragged about it. Then he wanted to let me know that, if I'm around, he's going to let them know that I don't get to be there anymore. I'm like, why? Seriously, dude, you're that butthurt that I called you out.
Who cares about that? What does he stand for? What are his claims? Have you watched the treatment?
I didn't watch it, to be honest.
For 20 fucking hours?
I didn't watch it either.
Why would you? Right?
Yeah, especially if they
just worry about being butthurt because he blocked you from his server. That's important. How about taking his claims and shredding them in front of everyone?
Yeah, they won't even listen to that. That's what I'm saying. As soon as anyone challenges him, you just get added to a ban list. And then whoever won't challenge him, that's who he talks to.
At what server?
The Tartaria. What?
Dude, what do you expect from a server named after conjecture?
Their whole shtick is they're going to retake the sky for flat Earth.
Maybe you can go agree and disagree with them.
No, they banned, dude.
Dude, that whole stick is essentially reverse astrotheology. They want to retake the sky because they want to make metaphysical claims. That's what it's all about. They just want a new form of religion where they're the leaders of the religion. So they haven't learned anything from the globe Earth, flat Earth transition. They just are saying, okay, there's a balance of power now, a vacuum. Let's fill it with us. That's showing a lack of evolution, in my opinion.
This is what evolution. What's that?
You also did one with Robertson Jennings.
Obviously, I'm speaking about personal growth.
What triggered Rob Parks for me is that he tried to insult me. I said, you know what? That may be true. You're right. But thank God I'm not you, because that would be worse. And that sent him into this spiral about me being some sort of fake Christian. And, I'm a troll, and I don't bring anything to the conversation.
Yeah, but check it out, Crit. Anybody like that, just invite him here, because this is the place that they get shredded. And they
for sure.
This server here is gonna always do that to these guys. We don't agree to disagree here. They're just wrong in every way.
Crit, how about you invite him to be the inaugural debate, the new revamped.
One of the things I noticed was that he was talking about he was gonna do on Robertson Jennings. And they were like, oh, we got to take it easy on him since he's closer to our side. I was like, what? He says the Earth's his ball. What the hell do you mean?
What?
Yeah, they were saying that he was going to do one with Robertson Jennings. I think he was going to
do what?
Witsit. But he said that he was going to take it easy on him since he's closer to our side. So he believes that the Earth is still a ball, but that we're the center.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Geocentric.
Yeah, he was geocentric.
Geocentric.
I know who Sun Genesis is. I know who this fucking Babylon idiot who doesn't know science. He knew about as much science as that last guy that was in here, right? And you're saying that Witsit did a video with him?
Yeah, he did one about 2 days ago. I just went to
fucking way. I'll bet you it's agreed. Oh my god.
Yes. So he was when I first heard he was gonna, and I asked him I mean, about the debate, he was like, "Yeah, but we're gonna try to take it easy on him because he's closer to our side." And it was like, "I was like, no, he's not.
Yeah, well,
not even close at all." Because
it's all Jane Fonda. He's Jane. What's it? You're Jane Fonda.
Look, That's who it's you all are. Proceeding, but it's all proceeding as planned. Okay, the new paradigm is going to be a synthesis, right? So they need peacemakers so that everyone just, agrees to disagree.
Is that it? Is that what's going on? What's your real take on this, artist? Do you have tell us how you really feel.
Oh yeah, a lot of flat earthers, are essentially tools for the synthesis paradigm, whether wittingly or unwittingly.
And Witsit probably doesn't get the Jane Fonda reference. He's not that old.
Why don't you?
Want me to elucidate it? Jane Fonda's a fucking traitor bitch that went to Vietnam and interviewed the Vietnamese and the Viet Cong and tried to garner sympathy for him and undermine the American war effort. Regardless of whether I agree with that war or not, she's a slimy, self-serving. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Sonny's got it. Hanoi Jane. There you go. That's you, fucking Witsit. Hey, Meggie. Are you opening up the arena?
We're thinking about it. Seriously.
Really?
We just got to get enough people that want to do it, and we're just going to start taking most of the debates there.
Oh, Meggie,
I got a proposal for the first one.
I have
a proposal for the first one.
Somebody's got a proposal for the first one.
That didn't take long.
Let me guess.
Yep. You know it.
I've said this from the beginning.
This versus Witsit.
Yeah, there it is. That's a ticket right there.
And Huey and Witsit together take on me.
Oh shit!
Now the beauty of it is not that they're facing me; it's that they have to work together.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem.
So me work with Jane.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, we'll call you John McCain.
Oh shit!
Yep, Hanoi Jane. Sonny's got it right. Way to go, Sonny.
But I want to have the objection rule like we had on Friday Night Frights.
Look, there she is with the South Vietnamese.
Yeah, there she is. There he is.
We're being slaughtered in their little caves and tunnels. But whatever. I mean, Rockefeller and those type of wars, they've been taking place forever. But that's a traitor, all right. And
so did she film? You know how when people say, "Hey, take a picture of us," and they give you their camera? Did he give her the camera right before he shot that kid live? Remember that? Remember that real famous one that general just shoots that kid right in the head?
Honestly, buddy.
That was the South Vietnamese government, though.
That was
our side that did that.
They would show that shit on TV. I think I actually saw it on the television as a little kid.
She turned notes, like she went to Hanoi and then gave notes to the guards. Like the prisoners tried to slip her, "Hey, tell my wife I'm okay." Yeah. And she's like, "Okay, well, here's a note this prisoner gave me."
Yeah. And they tortured him.
Damn.
Yeah. That's what we're in the midst of, people. You better start to fucking wake up. I can tell you that much right now.
They paint us the villain, though, QE. That's what it is, man.
No, by the way, the synthesis paradigm is that the universe itself is eternal and all sentient agents are within it, not external to it.
Violation.
Well, sure.
Well, sure.
Why not?
Why not?
That's true for you.
Oh
my God.
That's just my truth. I got it.
Yeah.
So, shoot, I thought that was in the late 60s. That was 1972. I was like in 9th grade. I remember that.
Remember what?
I was gestating
Hanoi Jane. I thought it was earlier. I'm sorry.
We're not talking about Hanoi Jane anymore. We bypassed that. They're trying to red herring fallacy away and tearing fucking wits its ass up. So I acquiesced the AI Arden 2.0.
I could be done.
Well, I mean, it's fair because, if the shoe fits, wear it, right?
Yeah.
So people are going to be working towards this paradigm, which, by the way, the powers that be, it's obvious that they released flat Earth in certain ways and to certain people at certain times, right? Which doesn't mean it's not true, or doesn't mean that people that experienced it themselves didn't come to that truth. Like, it's all part of a plan, which is very self-evident plan if you're paying attention, in my opinion.
Plan from who?
The bad dudes.
Who are the bad dudes?
Well, the baddest dude of them all, bro.
Do you want to get within fucking 1 degree of absolute ambiguity?
Well, let's just call him Let's call him
the Discord mod.
There you go. Let's call him the enemy with the 2 E's.
The enemy is
how much time you got, buddy?
Whenever it
Elijah, you want to say something?
Yeah.
The enemy is the lie whenever it presents itself. The enemy is a logical fallacy whenever it presents itself. That's not.
How about the father of lies?
Oh, brother! Now you're going down that road. You're trying to divert.
We don't do that.
I get
it. Well, his house is on a decline. You got to go down that road sometime.
So, your 1 degree of ambiguity reminded me of something. Who was the guy that was measuring? He was measuring an angle in feet or something. You remember that, QE? Like way back in the day? That was like a few years back, man.
Are you trying to figure out how that kid was talking about Eratosthenes measuring angles with anything?
It was Rumpus or something.
Snack used to do that too.
Was it on here? 24.
No, it was on. I was on Flat Earth Debate.
Really?
On Oakley shit. It was a while back though, like way a long time ago. We actually talked about it once.
2,000 shows, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to be. I'm 1 degree from ambiguity. Like, but it was one of the Globers was confusing angles, and he was trying to measure like the length of something in feet or something, or radians per second, or it was something stupid like that. It was I can't.
Snack. His name was
probably was Snack.
There's so much stupid shit that went through there over the years, man. Come on, dude. But the saying is, you got to get outside of 1 degree of ambiguity. If I misstated that, sorry.
Yep.
Who was the drunk Australian guy that used to go on there all the time?
Oh,
he's the one that said, "If I had a 10-foot wall and it's a mile away, it's still 10 feet. I can't see over it."
Probably.
Was the helicopter pilot dude?
No.
Jazza, kinda.
Jazza,
not Riggs. Yeah, Jazza. What? I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Oh yeah.
So which one was the helicopter pilot then? I thought it was him.
Which one was the helicopter pilot? No, the helicopter pilot was the helicopter pilot.
Jazza.
Holy shit! Stop with that fucking shit for a couple seconds.
Jazza claimed to be a helicopter pilot, and he's from New Zealand.
Yeah, he was drunk all the time. We rubbed his nose in it so many times. Mae West was blushing. Effortlessly, by the way.
Yeah, he was around during the arena days, actually, in the server.
I don't think he came into the arena, though.
No, he didn't come in.
I just remember him as like, this dude could not comprehend perspective. Like, I remember you guys were trying to explain it to him for almost 2 hours, and he just could not get it. It was beyond him. It was pretty frustrating. It was like one of the most frustrating things I ever heard in my life.
Isn't there also riding on eggshells? He was a pseudo intellectual that talked like he was an intellectual, but he is a dumb fuck. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. It's been a while since I've seen him.
He had some sort of traffic accident and got hurt pretty bad, and then did like a GoFundMe to help him out, and then no one funded him, so he said like, "Fuck this community." Yeah, bye, dude.
We weren't his community. His community was dumb fuck baltards.
I mean, he was a dishonest, whatever. Just another in the long line of, I'm just gonna make shit up. They're flat earthers. They won't know any better.
Yeah, while he's drunk.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean,
such a bad combination.
The make stuff up thing, man. It's like the Glober's Gambit. I think they're flat earthers and they're dumb. I'll just make something up and they'll buy it and they'll come back to the globe. I know they will. I was on the space shuttle with my uncle. Yeah.
He said that his goal was just to smash flat earth idols.
Well, he failed miserably.
Well, that was a fun walk down memory lane.
Riding on eggshells.
Yeah, we just got to get more contestants to come into the arena. That would make it worthy of being open again. We don't really have the people with a backbone to actually step foot in something like that, a forum like that.
I told you that the ballers are vanquished. They've been vanquished since 2017. Meggie, what you got to do now is you got to get pretender clown flat earthers on here and expose them. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but now we have what are called upward rising flat earthers. Are you aware of that?
Oh yeah.
What does that mean?
No, I'm not.
See, I told you he wasn't aware. This is what I'm talking about, Maggie.
Yeah, Mickey, you're not up on it, bro.
What does it mean? Upward rising? You mean as in popularity?
No,
as in 9.8 meters per second continuously.
Oh, no. There better not be that. There better not be that.
Yes.
Fuck no, dude.
Yes,
you know how hard we labored over this point to create a forum that does not. Oh my god, no way.
Can you guess who? Mickey?
Yeah, I know Dell is like stuck on that, but goddamn,
come on, man.
It took me all of 30 seconds to like debunk that bullshit, man. Sorry.
What the entire hell is going on?
You weren't aware of that? You guys aren't keeping up?
Yeah. Listen, it's real simple. He did his little bubble in a bottle of water trick. If the Earth was accelerating up and you put a bubble in a bottle of water, it would be at the bottom because the Earth would be pushing up into the bottle.
Okay, so even if that's something he proposed, who's signing off on that? Like, there must be some other flat earthers in order for QE to be saying that this is a thing now. Like, is there other flat earthers going like, I think he's got a great idea, and just like, oh shit,
dude, we had him come in here. We had him come in here and try to explain it.
It's like a repeat of the Globers, but now they're claiming to be flat earthers.
Who, Dell came in here and tried to explain it?
No, not him.
Shit.
Dude, we had a couple of new members. Maybe even I can't remember if it was Flatsy that came in confused about that she had heard it. Yeah, I think I had to explain it to her how retarded it was or something.
Well, the ironic part is because I remember Dell preaching a lot of times about
it was a girl. I just don't remember.
Not following anybody, not having any leaders, not like just following priestly people. And it seems to me, just from my seriously outside view, because I haven't really followed it that much, that he's trying to do what he said not to do, and get other people to do it, like follow his upward acceleration nonsense.
My God.
I just heard it today from Nathan Oakley's live stream. They were talking about it at the beginning and how big of a deal it was. But I still didn't even understand then, I don't think.
I had to get these flat earthers off the mind virus too. These pretender clown ones. They were upset with that.
No.
Well, we can only know the Earth is 99.9% flat. Like we don't know it's on.
Hey! This actually works out for everybody.
Dude, like,
listen, this works out for everybody. I just thought of it. So you got the electric universe, electric gravity, inertial dielectric acceleration, whatever the fuck that is. And then we just pit them against the upward acceleration people. They destroy each other, and we just live in peace.
Yeah, good. That's a good one because that's what you got. We got the etherites with their dielectric acceleration. Notice that they're all trying to replace gravity. All of them.
Why?
I don't know.
Fucking don't know either.
No, I know.
Mental illness.
There's nothing to replace.
No, there is something to replace. The emptiness inside people's hearts.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm not. I'm being tongue in cheek, but I'm also being serious because
I know you're being serious, and so am I.
That they have a responsibility to fill some of these voids that people have because it's what I can't remember the words that were used, but you get the point.
To debunk that horseshit gravity, and don't realize that they don't need to provide a replacement for their innocence. That's like walking into a fucking courtroom and the judge not allowing you to present a case for your innocence until you find a suitable replacement for the crime.
Bullshit right there, man.
You guys follow that. Make sure you rewind that and listen to that fucking closely because I said that fucking 7 years ago.
I got a better one, man.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Listen to this. This is a better one.
Go ahead.
It's like walking up to a girl and say, unless you can tell me who my girlfriend is, you're my girlfriend.
Okay, that's pretty fucking good.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
You think it'll work, though?
I might try it, man. I got game, man.
I got game.
Try it on a Glover. Try it on a Glover.
This fucking guy, Indio, did you say you got game?
Yep.
You get a freaking Buzz Aldrin right hook, man.
Try that. I'm gonna have a black eye.
The justification for that shit was he got game.
Well, you know what she's gonna say? Unless you can tell me who my kid's daddy is, pay up.
Oh,
you belong to the streets.
The elderly millennial on the rise.
Hey, Miggy, pull that shit out. That he's got game shit. Make sure you pull that out, man. That's fucking classic.
Like, yeah, but that's what they're telling us, right? If you can't tell me what the alternative is, we're sticking with what I said. So that's so logically, just intellectually, just dumb, like on every level.
And you didn't deny being a millennial either, so therefore you are.
Yeah, I must be.
Yeah, and then we got what's going on with the flat Earth community, which is okay. My ex-husband used to take me out 5 nights a week. You only take me out 4 nights a week. What are we going to do about that missing night? I need to fill that void, and you need to fill it for me. And then, of course, the new dutiful husband's like, well, of course I do. So, electrostatic, magnetic, inverse, retroactive, kinetic.
Oh, my.
Dielectric inertial acceleration.
You guys are in rare form tonight. I'm glad I joined.
Upward rising. If it's ever creeped rear its ugly head in here, I mean, we definitely identify it. But I haven't heard anybody say that in here. Like, have you guys? Is anybody in here?
Miggy, some things happen outside 24/7. Do you have to get in touch with, man, to stay up with the times? So I'd suggest that branch out a little bit so you're prepared.
Well.
So go to your channel and your website, and that's the answer, actually.
No, not my channel or website.
We're all like autistic with OCD around here, dude. We just try to focus on the topic. At least I do, right?
Come on, guys. I didn't say me. Yeah. Just branch out a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm on Twitter.
I hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah. Because you got to be ready, right? Because it's going to catch you sideways.
Not with the Billy Club I got. Not with this Billy Club, bro.
Are you saying you got game?
I fucking got game.
But let's hold on for a second.
Hold on. I got game, and you're not going to catch me outflanking me. No way.
Right, but we need to have a PSA, right? And that PSA is this. You're not responsible to fill the void in anyone's worldview. Nor are you qualified, nor have you been commissioned. If the shoe fits, wear it.
It's a shoe.
That's not bad.
The worst part about that dielectric acceleration gravity is the idiot that created it. That's the worst part. That's what bothers me about it the most.
Who are you talking about? That monistic Buddhist?
Yeah, the freaking Grimace, the white Grimace.
The white Grimace. What the fuck? I thought I had better ones than that. The tattooed Jabba the Hutt, Uncle Fester fuckwit.
Oh, what's his face?
Ken Wheeler.
Yeah,
Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm not calling
Wheeler came up with that shit.
Yeah.
Yes, Wheeler.
He's the granddaddy of that whole shit.
Dude, listen, I encountered him way before Flat Earth, man. I didn't like him then. Like, he's full of shit. Sorry.
Well, I've heard some people speak about him, and they say, "Well, he's got some nice things to say. He's on a really good points here." I'm like, I don't really pay attention to that guy because I mean, he's not really in.
Look, it's like
you know
he's like one of those people that say 20% insight and they're 80% garbage, and it's like, I don't know how you randomly hit one good insight out of that 80% garbage, but like I'm just rejecting your conclusion because the rest of it's garbage. But he does a lot of different topics.
I know he's Jabba the Hutt to QE, so I know he disapproves of that guy.
So I actually, came across. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to respond. It's not that I disapprove of him. He's a fucking retard. That's it. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, so he
disapprove of retards.
Some rebuttal videos on some of his stuff led me to Bill Gaede and his Rational Science series, where his rope theory, which was actually pretty interesting, only if it served to ruin a false dichotomy that there only is atomism and etherism as choices of worldviews that have a logical framework to explain phenomenon. Even if those claims carry that any of them do have a logical framework, there's at least a third option, right? And that's not to say there aren't others, because there are. There isn't a dichotomy on the table of choices of worldviews between quote unquote atomism and quote unquote ether interpretations. That's just false.
What's ether?
Well, depends on your interpretation.
Interpretation of what? Ether? That's circular.
Yeah, exactly.
Ask me what a woman is next.
You got game.
That's because I know what a woman is. And I know what she wants. For me to tell her she's my girlfriend after she can't tell me who my other girlfriend is.
You got to say that shit again, because that's coming against the courthouse. I'm gonna put that up for a vote. So say it again.
You're my girlfriend unless you can tell me who my girlfriend is. It's the same logic, man.
It is. I usually like more succinct, but I think mine has a little bit more depth, even though it might be less concise.
Sure.
Yeah, mine will probably just confuse people. They'll be like,
mine has
idea.
Mine has salient. My version has salient, tangible, destroyed lives.
That might fool some people who think that they got game.
Yeah. That actually worked, Indio. I'm getting married next week.
Yeah, let's make a quick social commentary. So previously I said, well, unless you could tell me who my baby daddy is, you're paying. But guess what? That happens to many, many men who are stuck with paying for a child that's not theirs because they can't give a different father, and so the courts force them to pay.
That's too long, man. It's egregious, but that's too long.
Well, that was a social commentary thing.
Exactly.
That was his segue into, I don't know.
Say it again, Indio.
I can't say it. Just rewind the tape, man.
It would actually, Kiwi, can you say yours again?
Can I say what?
Say yours again.
You said something about a court law and evidence in court law.
Yeah,
court of law.
Yeah, I can do it again. Yeah, it's pretty concise. I would say not as concise as Indio's. But walking into a courtroom and the judge will not allow you to present a case for your innocence until you supply I fucked it up. Until you supply a suitable replacement for the crime. You follow that?
Absolutely.
You're actually not even allowed to
so you have to prove yourself innocent, otherwise you're guilty of the crime. What you're saying?
Well, you're not even allowed to present a case for your innocence until you can provide a suitable replacement for the crime.
Well,
wait. I don't understand what you mean by replacement for the crime. Though, do you mean like another crime? I don't get that.
Another defendant.
An alternative.
An alternative defendant to the crime. That's not you.
Oh, you got to show someone else who did the crime.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You have to prove their guilt before you can prove your innocence.
Exactly. Or you're guilty.
Or you're guilty. Listen, if that was the standard for like a prosecutor, like if you prosecute a crime, if you don't successfully prosecute this person, we're going to assume you did it and lock you up. There'd be a lot less prosecutions.
Yeah, but you never know. He might have game.
Yeah.
You round up the usual suspects.
Well, you got to think about it from the family's perspective.
You mean like 5 instead of 4?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, you're the only one. Maybe.
But we gotta also appreciate where the family's coming from, you see, because they need somebody punished, right? Because they're missing a child and now they need to punish somebody, right? So you have to come up with somebody to be punished, some new excuse for gravity, some new excuse for such and so, some new excuse for this and that, because the family's hurting inside. And it's your responsibility to make them fifis better.
So, hold on a second. I don't want to let this go. Indio. So, the story is, you're my girl, not you. That's a royal you. You're my girlfriend unless you could provide evidence of my actual girlfriend.
Yeah, that works. Yeah. Why not? You could have game 2, man.
It's a little different twist. It's more concise. You know, I'm a bear for conciseness. Okay, let me think about that.
You need to provide an alternative girlfriend.
Yeah, you got to have the alternative girlfriend, or you're my girlfriend. That's just the way it is.
Well, listen, if she starts to argue with you about it, that's just more evidence she's your girlfriend.
Just tell her it's science and she's a science denier.
It's a model that's got predictive capability. I'm out for a couple minutes, man. You guys are fucked up.
That 24/7 effect. There it is, folks. Yeah.
Well, literally, when they want us to replace gravity, what are they saying? They're like, hey, we need something so I can maintain my model. They're literally like looking for a replacement that only is necessary on their model, because it's not necessary for flat Earth, for there to be a gravitational theory or hypothesis.
Right.
It's only necessary for upside down on a ball.
Exactly. And for that matter, whenever they talk about gravity, actually, in reality, could that happen on a flat plane of some sort also? Like, I mean, you could just imagine it. If you're going to imagination, why not just have a plane the same imagined size and, but just flat, horizontal? It could weigh the same. Apparently, it could have the same weight. You can make up anything in this model. So
Somebody did math. Dude, the math's already been done. It's already been done, man. Someone's already done the math, man. And the math works. Has predictive power and all that happy horse shit.
Yeah, I used to troll Bob, the fake science guy, with it all the time. He would talk about gravity. I'd be like, oh, so you proved flat Earth? He would talk about down, and I'd be like, oh, so you proved flat Earth? It's like exactly what it is. It's like they say, oh, why do things fall down? Well, because down is perpendicular to level, flat Earth. Problem solved. There you go. There's your answer. Because they don't have a claim about down, right? They have a claim about inwards to a giant floating space ball. In their worldview, gravity is not mass attracts mass. That's not what they think. Their worldview is giant floating space ball attract things to it. They can't even be honest with what they're trying to say.
You know, Ocean made a very good point, right? That he can come up with a Bitcoin model for predicting, future Bitcoin price moves, as long as that time length of that model is very short. And gravity's the same way. Is that as long as they use timescales that are very short, it's accurate. But as soon as they start using longer timescales, it becomes inaccurate. And also, it's also only accurate when you're using few bodies. And as soon as you start adding bodies, it becomes less accurate. So it's only accurate within this very, supposedly accurate, within a very narrow window. Short timescales, let's just assume one body or two bodies.
I've dubbed that the horse blinder effect. Globers have. They are very hyper focused on limited timelines. You'll notice this if they talk about dropping something. They'll put the horse blinders on and ignore the fact that it was picked up in the first place or whatever. So they focus on a very limited timeline. So yeah, the horse blind effect.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the gravity thing is just, why did things fall, that whole thing. Sorry, man. I mean, I guess it's kind of scary, from their point of view, because they're all science, cultists to a degree. And if you take that away, that's something they're we figured that out before the Enlightenment. That caused the Enlightenment. We figured that out. You can't rewrite history. No, I don't want to go back into the Dark Ages. No. That, I think that's kind of where their mind goes. It's you take away this is the foundation of all of, so-called science since Galileo, right? In the Leaning Tower of Pisa and dropping a bunch of balls off of it.
Yeah, but gravity in their worldview isn't just a single phenomena and a single explanation. It's actually a mythos from their creation story. It's pivotal to their religion.
Pivotal for everything. And the thing about it, it's weird, right? So it's often analogized to the electromagnetic force, right? But it's actually not analogous to that, other than the degree of the force and the fall off with distance. But in electromagnetism, you have something called Coulomb screening. So if you have an electron, and then a proton, the electric charge of the middle electron will screen the electric charge of the other electron. and the force from the proton won't feel it. So this is like they notice this shit in plasmas that you shoot a laser through it, the laser will create an electric field and separate the plasma, but it only separates it right at the boundary of the laser and the plasma. But like the plasma ions beyond that don't even feel the electric field at all because it's being screened by the intervening particles. Gravity just penetrates everything, right? So it goes through everything. It's in the substrata of the universe, according to them, right? So it actually now it is the fabric of the universe, right? Bendy space-time. So like you said, it's like a mythos, right? It is the it's like the primordial soup of the cosmology.
Ooh.
Exactly. Ooze.
It sounds very familiar rhetorically. The substrate of reality.
The substrata.
That causes things to move. Where have I heard that before?
Ether.
Yes, but also me.
Oh.
In speculative terms, right? Because there's a transition point between, I mean, people could call it the metaphysical and the physical, or the spirit and the flesh, right? There's a transition point where there's no longer a mechanism. There's no longer a mechanical action. There's nothing but some type of, for lack of a better term, energy or force that has no mechanics to it. And they want to claim that and make claims about it, which ultimately lead to further metaphysical claims about the nature of reality in the sense of either a god or a sentient source of everything, which modern physics is forced to concede, be it by following any type of science, ultimately leads to the recognition that information in the mind is the first order of reality, and all other things are derivative.
Well, that goes to what that blue dude was doing. It kind of says something about that, right? Like, he doesn't even know where the line between the physical claim and the metaphysical claim is. He can't even differentiate them.
Mm.
Because like that's how modern physics has become. It's become like the philosophical base for it is so blown away and just gone that they start making statements that are metaphysical and they think they're physical statements, and they just interweave and intermesh them, right? So like if you try to like analyze or debate them, right, you actually have to like, it's like I don't know, like picking like marbles out of Play-Doh, right? You got to like pick out the physics out of the metaphysics.
Yeah, and of course there's extreme examples like Brenda, who is a strict physicalist that thinks that imaginary girlfriends are physical objects. But look, that's not far off from physicists, right? Think about it. Think about what Brenda would say. Now imagine the physicists that say, if you had enough information localized and shoved into a small enough space, it would cause things to happen. It would cause gravity. It would make things move and create a black hole. Like, for real. Two physicists talking to each other basically said that if you had a CD and you were able to put enough information on it, it would cause a black hole.
Okay, so check this out. To just build on that, I'm just going to build on that, okay? So the other day, I think it was yesterday, we were talking about Michelle Taylor. And I was looking for a clip of hers. And I heard her talking about, time happens we think of it as running in a direction, but it's actually, we think of it as all happening simultaneously. Right? The simultaneity of time, right? Like Everything in the past and the future and now is all happening at the same time. And we just perceive it to have an orderly flow. But that's not what's actually happening. Just poof, all happening at once in one instant. And like the problem is perception. So later that day, by some coincidence, I hear a physicist say it. Oh, cool, great. They're all crazy, I'm thinking. Oh, then I hear it said on a YouTube channel that deals with nothing but metaphysical stuff. Okay, great. Today I watched a movie called Alien Code. Started watching it until they started talking about the same thing. Time is really happening. All these interdimensional beings, right? And they're not coming from another place. They're in another dimension, another plane of existence. Of course, they say plane, right? They didn't say sphere of existence. Another plane of existence where time doesn't matter to them, and like they can enter our universe at any time, right? So they could be in this room right now, but they're not in the room right now at this time. They're at some time in the future, but all the time is happening all at the same time in some other dimension. So this idea that there's this simultaneity of all time, backwards, forwards, past, future, present. This is complete medical physical trash, and I'm calling it trash because there's no basis for it in reality. But, like I said, this is the physics and the metaphysics are blurred at this point. There's no distinction anymore. The physicists think they're making physics statements, but they're actually making metaphysical statements.
Yeah.
It's it's actually a little bit scary in a way.
Well, that's what those guys, like Hoffman, when he did his interview with Lex Friedman, and he was talking about the part of the new synthesis paradigm where they're basically forced to buy their narrative that they had, plus the advent of the experimental validity of quantum physics and stuff. They have to concede that sentience is the fundamental, or mind, right? Or knowledge, the knower, not just knowledge itself, but a personal knower, a conscious entity, is the fundamental unit of reality from which all other things come. Now, of course, to a general religious person,
so just a comment on that one thing you just said.
Yep.
It has to be that way, because if things existed in reality without anyone to know it, they wouldn't exist. It's not possible. It's not possible to exist without knowledge of existence, right?
Right. So the knower is self-evident to the sentient mind, right? So, for example, I'm a sentient mind, right? So I know things, and I know I'm a knower, and I know I'm an experiencer, and I have rational intuitions and all these faculties that I didn't give myself or learn. They're just innate within me, right? And so you could argue that those must be innate in reality. Now, like I said before, a general theist or a general person who's religious would just instantly say, well, yeah, of course, I already knew that. Well, I didn't need a physicist to tell me that spirit or consciousness or whatever is the fundamental unit of reality from which all other things come, especially people who are specific theists who, generally believe that an eternal sentient entity created all subordinate reality and physics and physical reality, right? Stems from them. So they're on board with that. They're like, yeah, that's great. That makes sense to me. But the physicists, of course, don't want to cede that. So when they cede that consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality, they then have to steer away from that conclusion, just like they've been steering away from it through the whole advent of the heliocentric paradigm since its inception, right? They always take these forks in the road where they make philosophical decisions to steer away from the obvious truths because they don't like them, they're too horrible, or whatever other excuse they come up with.
No, anything that might indicate divinity, incorporeal existence, non-physical, non-material existence of things, God, anything. whatever, if there's a fork in the road and one fork leads that way, they're taking the other fork. Doesn't even matter where the other fork leads, just as long as it leads away from that one.
Exactly, but the problem is that they're getting to the point where they can no longer fork away from those. They're now at a fork to where those two things where you said divinity,
both forks lead to the same place.
Exactly, and now they have those two things you said that you used to be able to steer away from are now at a fork in the road with external divinity and the metaphysical, the supernatural, and all of that. So they're going to separate those two, take the supernatural, take the conscious entities, take the eternal, quote unquote, spirit or whatever you want to call it, and synthesize it with that other fork, the physical world, and put those two together into a new synthesized metaphysical world that excludes the external agent divinity. So in other words, the universe in itself, they try it. They keep trying it. That's why it's called the New Age and all these other things, you know?
Yeah, the monad idea, right? Is that what you're getting?
Yes.
Yeah, monad, that garbage.
So Robertson Jennings just told Witsit that the second Michelson Morley experiment, quote unquote, proved rotation. Not, yeah, so like rotation, not around the sun, but just rotation, Earth rotation.
I don't think that's what Michelson said.
What the fuck did I just land there? What did you just say?
You had told
Robertson Jennings just told Witsit that the second Michelson Morley test proved rotation, 98% rotation. Yep.
Rotation of the aether.
Rotation of the earth. The aether. What the fuck is aether?
The fucking shit in the air, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. So
were you present?
Let's get it from the horse's mouth. Go ahead, say it again. Rotation of. Did he say rotation of the earth? Sangenis. And did Shitsit not object?
Not one objection.
There you go, folks. Jane fucking... I'll tell you what. This fucking clown Witsit. I thought I destroyed him like 6 months ago. Now he's respawned. Your ass is grass, son. And Meggie. If this shit is true, where'd Meggie go?
He's going to work on the arena.
The arena still exists. It's a archive channel. It's all the way at the bottom, man. I never deleted them.
Yep.
So that's just a matter of dragging it up to the top. I knew it would be that.
Who is this? Who is this provocateur in here?
I don't know. I don't think I ever heard that kid before.
No, I'm talking about the guy. Gemsy, was that you?
Yeah.
Was that Gemsy giving the color comment?
That was Elbow. It sounds like me, but it was not Gemsy. That was Elbow.
That's bullshit, man.
It was Albarica. It was not Gemsy.
It was Elbow.
It was Albariqua?
Yeah.
So
yeah, we sound alike.
So I'm gonna have to watch
Puerto Ricans.
All right. So it's the Sangenis.
I'm posting where he was about to say the whole thing. That part. If you go back just about 5 seconds, he starts with the revolution of the Earth around, and they couldn't find it about 1/10 of a second or whatever. And then he starts about the second time they proved 98% of revolution or whatever.
Yeah. So it's now you got to set up a false dichotomy, which is either the Earth is a spinning globe or the Earth is a spinning ether.
Yeah, well, that's what he believes. The Earth spins, but we're not revolving around the sun. The sun revolves around us. That's Robertson Jennings.
No,
Geocentric.
Sinjin does not believe that the Earth moves. He believes in the geocentric and the solar system spins around the Earth.
Well, he just said that.
The globe. He still believes in the globe, which is idiotic, though.
Yeah, but his whole premise in the making of that movie was that
Principle.
it doesn't move.
Does he believe the entire like star field and everything rotates around the Earth too? I'm just curious.
Yes.
Okay.
The stars and everything around the Earth moves. The Earth does not move.
Then what's this bullshit about the second? Is he talking about Mickelson Gale?
He spoke
Isn't
about
isn't saying everything around the earth moves kind of like a statement that you don't actually know? How about not? A lot of things move, but not everything. Can you claim everything moves? Everything.
I don't think
I
I
remember
answered my
there
question.
being another Mickelson test, but I don't think Morley was involved. There was the Mickelson Morley, and I thought there was something wrong with it, and they changed to it. Like Mickelson did a different setup in a different building, and then
Wasn't
got
it
like
what? I'm sorry, wasn't Mickelson Gale? I'm not familiar because neither are experiments, so I didn't entertain any of them.
I don't know if it could be the Gale one. I can't remember, man. Like this shit's old news to me, man. Like that's like those brain cells are like on life support right now.
Yeah, but it was the progenitor of the Lorentz transform.
Who?
Which is basically those quote unquote thingamabobs.
We
They
love
needed
that. We love that
Yeah,
attention
yeah.
to detail. AI.
Well, I mean, you could call him a expired mint. There you go.
So there's a difference between rotation and transmission, right? So obviously geocentrists are not transmissionists. Transmission is to, revolve around the sun. What I just heard, somebody told me that something's rotating. Was it the Earth or was it the sky?
the ether.
In the
Ether moves.
What
and
the fuck
that's
is ether?
Oh, Lanta.
What's he say?
I thought Elbow was saying that.
Hold on
that,
a second. Hold on a second. We got to find out
All
what
right.
ether is from Jimmy Cooks. Jimmy, what's ether?
The electricity that's moving in the air.
What the fuck?
Here, just
That is not even
And
the definition.
38 minutes after the book FN posted the interview Witsit did with Singenis.
No, I'm not concerned with that. The electricity moving in the air? Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay.
Did you just make that shit up?
Probably not. You probably heard it somewhere
Oh, he fucking boot scooted.
from someone else that made it up. That's what
On
you heard.
Tartaria. He's a moderator there.
He fucking
That explains everything.
Holy shit, man.
Or admin. I can't remember which one.
Not just the way he got just talked, but I've been looking at his posts. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy, man? Like, what the hell is the shit he's posting? And now you explained it all. We'll just let anybody in here, I guess.
Unbelievable. All right. I don't need looks like we're gonna have to review this Singenis horse shit. All right. Thanks.
Numpty Clips 91.
Nah, it's not gonna be a numpty clip. We're gonna have to do this publicly, I think, from the color commentary I've been hearing. So
How long is it?
I have no idea. I didn't click on it yet.
It's 2 hours. It's looking like.
Holy shit. That's at least 30 hours on my part.
People underestimate how hard it is to, like, how time consuming, I should say, it is to do YouTube content. The average person just thinks it's like you just push a button on your computer and start blabbing. It's not that simple, man.
Well, if you
Frickin'.
want to do something, superficial like Formica Deep, nonsensical bullshittery, I Probably, I would suppose you could do it.
I misspoke. Yeah, it was rotation of the ether around Earth.
The ether? What's ether?
I don't know. Which is yeah. Some professor earlier he said some book that he read said that there is an ether. So there you go. There's an ether.
Oh, I get it. So Hanoi Jane is prostituting herself for the ether with a Baltard. Unfucking believable. No, it is believable. That fucking line's right up. You know what? Fucking shits it. I'm going to tear your ass up. Let's do this fucking officially. Miggy, did he already leave? Miggy, set this up.
He's here.
Set this up. Set it up. Indio, set this up. It's fucking time. It's got to be done.
Friday Night Fight rules.
Yep, it's got to be done. Make it happen. I know I said $10,000. Listen, initially 6 months ago when I ripped his asshole through his throat, I said $10,000 for Witsit. I'd do Bob and Jaron for free. I'll go ahead and do this in the arena. No monetary.
Well, I actually have a very good solution for that.
Well, I'm just gonna say, man, I'm having trouble collecting that debt from Zanuck, but whatever.
Yeah, right.
Good.
Go ahead, AI.
So what I do is I just charge for you to be in the arena, and then you both have to pay, and then it offsets the money that you guys needed for your appearance fee, and then everyone can keep their moral standing.
That's fucking bullshit. And Indio, get with Meggy when he sets this up. I mean,
why don't y'all simulcast it? Why don't you live stream it on your channel? He live streams on his channel. I mean, whatever. Anybody can do whatever.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's time. I don't care where it happens. It could happen in a sewer. I'm gonna kick his fucking teeth in.
Okay, what's the topic?
Intellectually speaking.
Look, man.
Yeah, it's that time.
Yeah.
So
what's the topic? Ether, flat Earth, bunch of shit, all of it. Him personally.
Let's go with science. What is and what is not science? Let's go with his ether horse shit, double speaking douchebag, changes the story every fucking minute. Let's just leave it open with science and ether, not connected, because for ether to be science, first you'd have to demonstrate its existence, and then for it to be science, it would have to cause some natural effect, just so everyone's, up to speed. So you have to prove this fucking bullshit's existence first. This is, I don't know even why I'm saying this. I fucking destroyed this shit 8 months ago. 6 to 8 months ago, somewhere around there. Just go on my channel, hit shitsit, and you'll get the gist. But set it up. Let's do it. Maybe it'll be a good promotion for 24/7, and I'll do it for free. Absolutely pro bono. Fucking clown. Jane Fonda, fucking Hanoi Jane, fucking clown. It's your ass, sunshine.
Huey's throwing down the gauntlet. The gauntlet has been thrown down.
Mm-hmm.
Make it happen. You guys can make it happen. Just PM me.
Okay.
Hey, you heard it here first, folks.
I know what it would be. Science, ether, and our best flat earth proofs. Let's make it fucking that. Okay?
That's actually pretty interesting. I mean, it was interesting for best flat earth proofs. I want to see what y'all come up with. Now best flat earth proof is the ether.
Well, Dude, I was literally just thinking that there are people. There are people that have said that. There are people that have said that.
Wait a second. He thinks he got game and shit. He's just fucking being antagonist. That's it.
Who, me? No way. No, I mean, okay, I said, people have said that. Best proof of flat Earth is the ether. There's a toroidal field circling above the Earth. Like,
what
sorry. I mean, I don't care what people believe. Like, you want to believe that shit? I don't care. I don't believe it. There's no evidence for any of that shit.
You want me to tell you? I'll tell you. So, in order for this to work, you need two planes. The whatchamahoot plane and the ziggity zap plane. I can't remember the names, but the point is they have to be perpendicular to each other. And so if you have this present toroid or whatever the heck is, then that means you live on a plane and there's a plane above you. So that proves the Earth is a flat plane.
Perpendicular or parallel?
Parallel. Sorry, good point. Thanks.
Or orthogonal. How about that?
Yeah, but there's a certain electromagnetic field or whatever. I can't remember exactly that you could create with two planes. I don't know if it's two magnets or it's one. The bottom one's a magnet and the top one's a piece of metal or something. And so the claim is that kind of mimics what we experience on the Earth in the way that the magnetic field is. Therefore, it's a mini model of the Earth, and the bottom is flat plane and the top's a flat plane. Therefore, we live on a flat plane. Bob's your uncle, best flat Earth proof ever.
Yeah. Is that electromagnetic or magnetic?
I don't remember the claim 100%.
Yeah, I figured.
Wouldn't a toroid be like a solenoid and it would have like a closed magnetic field? There'd be no kind of like no south pole.
Yeah. So there's a guy that's actually really big into trying to make explanations from a toroid field, but also a dual star field that acts like a toroid. So his channel's called, it used to be called Flat Earth Philosophy. Now it's called The Tomb of Illumination. Claims to have like a 200 something IQ. And a couple of his.
See that guy that was on the Discovery Channel?
I don't know. He's got white hair, kind of short.
Nah, that's not him.
Might be Australian or New Zealander.
Definitely
but
not
he
him.
So he explained some of the things with the stars, like the with having two fields, which I always, and a lot of people before me, said to assume that the stars are just a singular field, right? Like that's fine, but it could also be multiple fields, and that's why.
Really, what's a field?
Things. In this sense, I'm just talking about like if you imagined something above you that had a bunch of dots on it, and that thing in total was rotating above you. One thing where everything's in that same, versus if you have two, where one's in the inside rotating and the one's on the outside rotating differently.
That's not
it's like globers. Yeah, but I'm using it in artistic terms. Right, because the globers always say there's one. They use that fallacy where they say, if the Earth was spinning, the stars would rotate this way, and if I went to the opposite side, just like when you turn a nut and bolt, you have to turn it the opposite way, counterclockwise versus clockwise, and that proves that the Earth has two poles.
That's an affirming consequent form of logical fallacy.
Yeah. But they're also assuming from the get that you have a single star field, that it's not two separate things creating the one thing. They make these assumptions at the beginning that they don't even realize they're making.
Yeah, logic can't apply to this. It's got to be shown. It's got to be demonstrated.
Yeah, so he allegedly demonstrates it with. So he draws his two, like a donut and then a bigger donut outside it, and he draws the quote unquote alleged northern hemisphere stars on the inner donut and the southern hemisphere stars on the outer donut, and he uses like the idea of a holographic projection from one to the other to create the other image.
Yeah, I'd like to see the donut.
I'll find one of his good ones when I get a chance. I'll post.
I'll wait
it
for the book.
I don't think he's going to do a book. I think he likes videos. He has a big whiteboard and he draws out his donuts and his toroids.
So this is cause and effect, right? So it's a funny thing. We have this thing called the scientific method with natural cause and effect relationships to validate them. So I don't want to hear a fuckwit village idiot story like the Baltards do. You got to demonstrate. I'm not from Missouri, but I'm in Missouri. You're going to have to show my ass, right? And show the audience.
Yep.
Your fuckwittery fucking IQ of 200. Yeah. Sounds like you're overcompensating to me, Sunshine.
Well, there's something to be said about his name change. So he used to be called Flat Earth Philosophy. Now he's called the Tomb of Illumination, but it's spelled EL dash. So
Yeah,
it's obviously
more like-
insinuating L as in Elohim, as in God, right? And he
Yeah.
uses a lot of astrotheological interpretations.
Oh,
so he's trying to use.
That's impressive.
Yeah, but you get the point, right? It's
I'll put him in
metaphysical
his
claim.
tomb.
Right, but it's looking at the world, making interpretations about it, and then using that to make metaphysical claims.
Oh, so just so stories. Yeah, I'm used to those.
But you see how that's a trend. Same with Sungenis. Same with a lot of these guys. They're all getting together in their big group to speculate about their metaphysical claims and the transition between the metaphysical and the physical.
Oh, Sungenis would also Miggy. Robert Sungenis. That would be bigger than fucking Shitsit. Robert Sungenis and QE. Right here.
Oh, Sungenis.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a bigger fish. Fuck it. Besides retard Witsit, which I already demolished. So I'm
So what
going
would
over
be
the
your
same fucking real estate twice. So I'd rather have Sungenis if you could make that happen. Mr. He
Interesting.
thinks he knows everything about fucking Einstein. And science. Unbelievable. And he's a Catholic fucking moron. We'll just call Babylon versus QE.
Does
So
that
you
guy
want the
do
title?
these days? I mean, I'm
again?
wondering if he even.
Say again?
Go ahead, AI.
Nothing.
I think I ran over AI. Go ahead, AI.
No, I was just going to ask the title of the debate or the topic.
Babylon versus QE.
Isn't that just the players, not the topic, or is that is the
we'll-
topic?
It'll be over quick. You know what? Maybe not. It'll be over really quick, but it'll be fun.
Does he still do debates? That's on Genesis.
I don't know. I haven't heard of him, for 3 years until a few minutes ago. He's got some popularity though with what I thought was a pretty good movie, even though it's been a while since I watched it. Maybe I'll have to go back and watch it. The Principal. When I first seen it, I was somewhat impressed, although he fucked up many times. Maybe I'll go over it and we'll concentrate on his fuck ups. Who knows? We'll just play it by ear. As soon as I bring up science, he's toast. He wouldn't know the difference between science and a fucking beach ball.
Well, if he thinks we live on a beach ball, I mean yeah.
Oh, he thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. Those are my favorite kinds.
Does he got game?
He thinks he got game. That's the important thing.
Oh my god. Too many ballers, not enough time, QE.
He's not a baller. Well, I guess
Well,
he is a baller.
Is he? He's not a baller. I thought it.
No, he is
geocentric.
A baller.
Yeah,
He's a geocentric baller. Yeah.
I was gonna say you're one of those now.
Yeah. Whoa, man. We don't want to lose you to the ether, QE. Come on now.
I'm one of those. one of those what?
Apologetic because he's geocentric.
Wait a second. What led you to one of those? And what are one of those?
He ran, even though he's a baller, he's not really a baller. He's kind of geocentric.
No, he's still a baller. He still has a ball earth.
Yeah, you say like, well, he's not a baller, and he is.
Yeah, he is. He's still got a ball earth. That means he's a baller.
How could you get all the way to a stationary ball earth and not question the fact that it's a ball? I don't get it. The ball stationary earth, geocentric earth makes no sense.
Well, especially when his movie, illustrates the turning points a lot of time where they had this evidence and they made the fork in the road decision based on philosophy. Right, but he didn't apply that same scrutiny to the Eratosthenes concepts and all of this. So he didn't go far back enough in history.
Clipboard.
That means that he half-assed it. That means he half-assed it. He only got
listen, you're right. But the thing is, when you have something you want to prove, and that's all you want to do, you only need to go far enough to that point, and then once you think you've satisfied it, you could just quit, right?
That's true, but I think there's no way that you could get that far and not go a step further and realize that the ball earth is a complete sham. I just don't see how you could get that far unless you're protecting your credibility or status or whatever.
Right, but especially considering, if I'm not mistaken, that his endeavor into this is an apologetic kind of endeavor. Like, as far as I remember, he's a Christian that's trying to disprove anti-Christian cosmology.
Oh, Sungenis?
Yeah, I thought so. Or am I wrong?
No, he's not a Christian. He's a Catholic.
Okay.
He thinks there's evidence to support the Earth being a ball.
But not
Rob Skaber on it.
Not the Catholic heliocentric model. He's talking about a pagan sort of globe, geocentric globe.
No, he's a self-purported or I guess you could say purported Catholic. He talks about a lot of Catholicism. Oh, you said pagan. Oh, that's right. Same fucking thing.
I laughed off, Mike.
I think it's Sugenis, not Syngen or yeah,
it's Sungenis.
Are you sure? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure.
Yeah, he was on the scene a few years back. So me and my mom had this discussion about the advent of Catholicism, and I basically told her this phrase: keep your enemies close. From their point of view. So like the Catholic point of view is to keep the Christians involved with them as much as possible.
Well, you just go back to Babylon. It's real easy. It takes a cursory search. It took me about less than 3 minutes to figure this out. When Babylon fell, where did all their high priests, and I use the term loosely, where did they all go? Does anyone track them throughout history? Where they went somewhere because they were protected. It was a what do they call it? It was a genetic hierarchy. Where'd they go? Anyone track them? Yeah, they weren't killed. Where'd they go? Yeah, that's a little study for you. All right, out there. Find out where all the soothsayers, all the fucking stargazers and shit from Babylon, once it was destroyed. Where'd they go? You know, Daniel was part of them, by the way.
Yes, he was.
For a brief moment in time. There's a lot of connections, but I'll digress because that's not my point. Where'd they go? That's the question. Anyone got an answer for me? I don't need an answer right now. Go ahead and try to look that up and see if you could track them through history and see where they went.
They became the wise men.
Nope.
So you're saying they all went to the or like Rome?
I'm not saying anything just now. It's for you to find out.
Gotcha.
So track them. You'll find it.
If I were to say, I would say Egypt and Greece.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to look into this now. You got me intrigued.
Do I?
Just look into it, bro. Just look into it.
That's the least of his problems.
Is Elbow onto something there?
Singenis and I, if that ever, I doubt it ever happened, but if it does, well, I'm not going to give him what I'm going to say. Yeah, I already said it already, so he'll be compromised in less than 30 seconds. 45 with interruptions. Your ass grass, sunshine.
Yeah, but for me, it ain't hard to weed them out. It's just you start talking to them about Jesus, and they'll immediately attack the person or the work. That pretty much reveals everything about their position very quickly. If you want to find out if someone's a Christian or not.
I'm super interested in the topic because I've been trying to study this so much that I would love to compare notes with folks, but I know you're leaving it to me to figure out. But dang it, it's so hard. I get confused a lot when it comes to the Bible.
We got 34 people watching the live stream right now. If you guys want to come in here and talk about the shape of the earth conversation, you can do so. Click the link in the description or Nightbot spamming that link as well. Come on in. Yeah. Let's talk about it if you think the earth is a globe. 34 people. Come on. You guys are out there.
Yeah. Or if you want to demonstrate the globe model or a model of refraction, or let's see what else, a model of gravity. You could do that as well.
Boy, that's some low-hanging ass fruit right there.
Yeah, but they might not have been listening an hour ago, so they think they could do it.
Well, I can guarantee they're going to do it anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, or if you've got a GIF of a bed sheet with a big ball in the center and then you roll little balls towards it, I mean, you could bring that as well, I guess.
I was just going to show you what this guy posted. It was akin to that. Let me see if I can find it. I'm scrolling through the chat right now looking for it. When we asked him for a model of
gravity,
globe Earth.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
The old space bed sheets.
Where is it? I'll find it.
I love how they don't get the irony that they need gravity to be unequivocally down even in their view, for their little space-time bed sheet example to even function. Most Globers don't realize that their space-time warping view of gravity requires constant motion. The motion isn't generated by the warped space-time. They don't get that.
So I wonder, does St. Genis believe in gravity? I mean, he would have to, right, to live in a ball?
Yeah. Now, check this out, friend. That's very relevant to what I just said. If he believes in a fixed stationary Earth, right, that's not moving, and I just told you that space-time gravity requires it to be in motion, because there's no causal mechanism of motion of the space-time being warped. It has to be moving through warped space-time. He just shot himself in the foot.
Wait a second. You expecting a baller to follow Einstein's general relativity? Really? It'll be the first.
This is a time where ether creates gravity.
I usually. Oh, he's trying. You're trying to provoke me.
Yeah. So St. Genis would have to.
Go ahead, AI.
Yep.
Yeah.
St. Genis would have to bail on Einstein and go back to mass attracts mass,
Yes.
which then requires an infinite universe, which is debunked by Olber's paradox. So his position's incoherent.
All right, I found it.
I mean, he says that linear acceleration happens around the Earth, right, because of the ether.
Linear. Wait a second.
Yeah, he said.
What?
Yeah, he said linear.
Linear acceleration of what?
Yeah, question.
That's a good question, isn't it? Because I'm not following.
Of itself.
Linear acceleration of itself. That makes perfect fucking sense.
No, I think ether.
Of what?
Maybe he's talking about linear acceleration of ether.
No, I don't need no maybes. I need it.
See, this is refreshing my memory, man, of what that person said to you. It's weird. Linear acceleration is measured in RPMs or something like that, the person said.
Well, don't you guys want to see the model of the globe Earth?
No, it wasn't an angular distance. It wasn't an angular distance is measured
it was
miles per hour or something like that.
Something like that, man.
All right, here you go. Live stream voice text.
Well, no, QE's been waiting for this.
Dude, that's pimp.
There you go.
What the fuck?
It's actually just a bong. It's a bong, dude. It's a bong.
It's a model of the globe Earth. According to
That's your globe Earth model.
Okay, so the sun has a giant arm which it holds the Earth up.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, this is the same problem that a lot of ether proponents have. They can't explain anything that the ether does without using rational objects as their explanatory tools.
What's ether?
Infinity itself.
Holy shit.
I've heard it called the base unit of reality. I've heard it called the Holy Spirit itself. I've heard it called pure frequency vibrations of what, because what's vibrating? Something substrate to the ether, which I've heard it called substrate of reality. I've heard it called a field of pure. I've heard it called a field of pure potential.
Well, the sun is a modality of the ether.
Somebody, that's just a bull. You're just trying to provoke them. Listen, I used to have a list. I'm trying to search for it. I think I threw it away because I thought I already dealt with it, so I tossed it. It's some bullshit. I'm going to be searching for it over the next couple of days. But go on.
Well, you read it out in that one episode.
Yeah,
What
I read
the
it out
hell
in
is a-
a couple episodes. Go ahead, India.
I'm trying to do, like, my brain's trying to figure out what is a modality of the ether.
It's tautology because the ether is a field modality, according to Wheeler. So one of Wheeler's main critiques of the mainstream is that they don't define what a field is. And he repeatedly says that they don't define what a field is. And then he goes on to not define what a field is. Now, when I first came into FED after a hiatus, I disguised myself and I started asking people these types of questions because Wheeler was in the hotness back when I did that. And man, would they get angry. It's like I was asking them, it's like, what's a field? They say, oh, mainstream doesn't define a field. It's like, okay, what's a field? They didn't have no definition for it either.
That's coherent.
Wolfie, get your ass in here. Let's go.
Wolfie 6020?
No, not that guy.
No.
Oh, shit.
He would never.
I would love for him to come in here.
Ass.
This is Wolfie 6040. Which is an allusion to the 60-40 rule, which I can't remember exactly what it is. What is that? 60% of the people do all the work? Or no, 20% of the people do 80% of the work?
No, 60% do 40% of the drugs.
I'd believe that.
I found the definition for the ether.
No fucking way.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Ether. The ancient Greek personification of the clear upper air of the sky.
Yep, it's a deity.
Upper air of the sky. So ether is air.
It's the personification of the upper air of the sky.
Where's the upper air?
It's the background
part. Who's the person?
The blue part, dude.
Isn't fucking air?
Yeah, but in your general experience, you experience the air as clear. But when you look up high, it seems like it starts to turn blue. And that's more special air. And therefore, you need to personify
I've never
it.
seen no fucking blue air.
Right, but look, when you look up, you clearly see a canopy of blue. And so you just call that air, or whatever you want to call it, really. And then you make up stories about it, maybe personify it, maybe deify it.
What the fuck? Where's that source at, Indio?
Dictionary.com.
Dictionary. Did they demonstrate it, or they just merely stated it?
They just state it, man.
You're just an animalist.
You're just a. Am I animalist? Is that what you said?
An Adamness. What does it say? What this?
Adamist.
Adamist.
Adamus.
Adamus. Oh.
So I'm going to post the etymological definition.
I'm driving up a mountain right now into the ether.
Yeah,
well, it's supposed to be the background medium, isn't it?
Is that a straight line?
Yeah, I'm driving through that ether, driving up the mountain here.
Yeah, there's a guy that came in earlier that said going up and down a mountain is a straight line. I shit you not.
I don't know about that. I've done about 700 turns at the moment.
No, this says upper. Hold on, Mickey. This says upper regions of space. Indio.
Yeah. Ether, the upper, pure, bright air, sky, firmament from Greek. Upper air, bright, pure air, the sky, opposed to the lower air.
No. It says pure air.
pure, isn't. Well, they were superstitious. I guess there's some impure air going around.
Yeah. From Ethian to burn, shine to burn. What the fuck?
It's like a derivative of phlogiston.
Yeah, that's what it is. Phlogiston.
That don't burn.
Yes. Wow.
It's fire. It's fire retardant phlogiston.
It said it's bright though.
Phlogiston doesn't burn, but flagellance does.
Yeah, it says to burn. Indio. What the fuck, man? It says right in the first part of the definition, from Ethian to burn. So it is phlogiston.
No, but hold on. The second definition says, where'd it go? Conceived as a pure form of fire or air, or as a fifth element. So if it's a fifth element, it can't be fire.
Ooh, interesting.
So it's not burning, but it's fire.
It's all the gas of the.
Go ahead.
It's all the gas of the ether believers that they're speaking shit. It's all floating up into the atmo.
That's right. It's raining back down on us. It was a scientific word for an assumed frame of reference for forces in the universe, perhaps without material properties. Concept was shaken by Michelson Morley, 1887, and discarded early 20s after the theory of relativity won acceptance, but before it gave rise to colloquial use of ether for the radio.
No, it's fucking radio. Jesus. Michelson Morley never performed an experiment. That's not an experiment. And discarded early 20th century after the theory. No, it wasn't discarded. The theory of relativity invoked the fucking ether. Where'd you get this from?
Etymology.com.
Yeah, well, they're full of shit because Einstein invoked it. Now it's fucking radio. Now I got Bruce Hornsby as being the fucking ether.
We did sing that song Mandolin Rain, so
that's a good fucking song.
I know.
How about The Way It Is?
That's just the way it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking banging. I got fingerprints in my dashboard from that song. You get it? He played the piano. You got that? Maybe not.
I don't know. I was about to say this is a family show. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. It was a little more erotic.
Holy shit.
Yeah, get you playing the old air piano a little too hard.
Exactly. Thanks.
On Lover's Lane.
Oh, brother. I did have game.
I was just going to say.
I bet you did. Dude, weren't you a sailor?
Oh, no, I'm a landlubber.
Heck no, man.
Doesn't matter.
If he was a sailor, he wouldn't be allowed here.
Did Sonny say something? Because Sonny's a fucking squid.
Well, you know about women and men in uniforms.
Yes, I do. My wife's one.
She's a man in uniform?
No, she loves uniforms, especially flight uniforms.
Hey, so she like that Nomex? I know about is the one that Richard Pryor used to ignite his whole body.
We got Stoller Joe in here. Oh shit! Oh, we don't.
So did you get the Nomex suit back in the day?
No.
It's almost exactly like a flight suit.
Who? Me?
Yeah.
No. Fuck no. I was no air fruitcake.
No, like so. I mean, I don't know when they started or not, but like if you're in
I started with jungle fatigues.
Yeah, but I mean, like if you're in a vehicle crew, like a tank or a Bradley or whatever, or an arbor vehicle, you get the Nomex suit, which is essentially it looks like a flight suit.
Right.
Fire
but
retardant.
It's not exactly though.
Yeah.
No, I was never a tank crewman or a flight fruitcake. So no, but I know what they look like.
And we had a potential victim and he fled.
Yep.
Who dis? Join today.
I thought she may have heard me too, so that's good. I didn't close my door. She might have heard me say that, but she didn't. Well, she doesn't. You don't know her, and she doesn't know you, so no blood, no foul.
So can I ask a question since it's quiet?
You just did.
Oh, another.
I'm thinking no.
Okay.
No, go ahead. That's just an inside joke. Go ahead.
Oh. The only thing I can think of, and a little bit of quick research and reminder, is that after the fall of Babylon, a lot of the Jews changed a lot of the their holy feast, like the Seder Passover was replaced the actual Passover, which made it completely different and stupid.
That's a red herring fallacy. I'm asking, where did the Babylonian priesthood go?
Okay, all right.
Not the
I'll
Jews.
check it out.
Yeah, no. The Babylonian priesthood. That's the primary.
Heard that. I didn't mean to make a fallacy. I was just saying the only thing I could remember. So sorry.
No, I just want to get you focused. It's sort of a red herring. The Babylonian priesthood. It's what they call it's genetic. So it's, you know what I'm saying. They have a word for that. I just can't recall it.
I got you. I'll check it out. I just wanted a little more clarification on what to be looking for because I feel like this is homework.
Yeah, the priesthood. India, what did you say?
Hereditary?
It's hereditary priesthood. I guess you could call it that, yes.
Technically, Judaism is hereditary.
Yep.
Yeah, one would think.
It says all the descendants of Abraham, right? So that's hereditary.
Yes,
but he wasn't a Jew.
Yeah, he was Israel. So this whole thing where Jews, I thought there's such a crazy discrepancy that Jews are the chosen when it clearly says Israel are the chosen, and Judea is just one branch of Israel.
Oh God, we got a Hebrew roots movement going on here in about maybe a year.
No. I never understand what
I could tell you. It's very simple. Okay, when the Israelites reconstituted themselves after, I can't remember which exile, and they basically became ingratiated with the Greek Empire, colloquially they were just all called Jews, no matter what tribe they were.
Not all of Israel are Israel.
Correct, and only those
grafted in. Yes.
Only those who are of the faith of Abraham are counted as the seed.
We're going down a road we don't want to go down.
I'll stop. I just wanted a little bit more
I was going to
clarification.
ask about what is this Hebrew roots thing anyway, because I don't know shit about it. It's just
I don't either.
I listen, dude. You know I stay out of that shit.
True.
Let's stay out of it. Just we're looking for the Babylonian priest. Okay.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's my first guess.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil smoking deGrasse Tyson.
Look, you seen his shirts? Come on, man, or his tie? Looks
No.
priestly to me. They're weird occultic suns on it, and
Oh, but by the way, in any synthesis paradigm, you need the thesis and the antithesis. You also need the problem, reaction, solution, right? So you need two competing ideas to move everyone towards the new synthesized idea. So if you want everyone to go into like a subjective idealistic stance, you need an alternative, right?
You know,
gonna be
I didn't
Schrodinger
watch-
Earth.
I didn't watch those videos, by the way. You gave them to me. And I haven't watched them. Subjective idealism. I didn't watch them.
You will eventually.
Yeah, I'll get to it.
And then once you watch them, you'll retroactively eternally know it, and so you'll know it like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But it's all connected.
Uh-oh. We
What
got
is? What?
porridge down. Hold on a second. We got porridge down here. Flatsy Klein.
Yes.
I would probably look at Porridge's post down here.
Okay. I was just about to say something, but I probably shouldn't. If old dude is saying something, I probably should shut up.
He's in the vicinity. It's just, it's a word.
Oh, I was just about to say that word because I had just looked it up with the few
Wait a minute.
keywords.
Yeah, I'm just reading about that.
Familiar.
I won't say it out loud since it doesn't seem like I'm allowed.
Wait. Am I right in this quote? To the angel of the church of Pergamos, right?
It's the papacy.
You guys are just throwing shit at the wall. Yeah.
No, it just sounded familiar. I'm pretty sure I was right there.
You think it's one of the 7 churches? Is that what you're describing?
Well, I mean, a city is just a city. Doesn't necessarily represent anything per se.
Yeah, Meggie.
It says like it's like the DC of the Roman city. That's what my search brought up.
You guys are all over the fucking place, man. Let's just move on. And
Okay, let's move on.
Let's do
It
some.
says Pergamon or Pergamum, also referred by the modern Greek from Pergamos, which is a rich and powerful ancient Greek city in Asia.
Wonder where the seat of Satan was.
Isn't that where they have the do they have that on the what is that, the collider there as well?
Some people do claim that.
Where is that? What's that version that you sit yourself in the city of the throne of Satan? Yada yada yada.
I shouldn't even said anything. That's giving you fucking too much.
Correct answer is NASA.
When the answer is NASA.
I just need to. It's so funny.
So in '91, Mark Kahn dropped a song called "Walking in Memphis." What do you think about that one? Q?
Oh my God. How in the fuck? What the fuck, dude? I just turned my daughter on to that song. What the fuck led you to say that?
I just wanted to ask you for some damn reason, dude. I just wanted to ask you about that song.
Some reason
I
for
don't know.
what? How the
no
fuck
idea.
did you come to the conclusion? Where did you? What the fuck?
Dude,
What?
it's the Akashic
Dude.
record, bro.
No, but I'm saying it's I don't know. I just the tracks that you listen to. There's this like I feel the same way about music, so it's almost like a theme. If
Wait
I
a
could just
second. Wait a second.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you know I was listening? I haven't listened to that in years. And just the other day, my daughter came up and I said, listen, I want to turn you on to some other music that I was listening to back in the day. And I played that song for her. What led you to say that?
Did you play her Seminole Win?
No, hold a fucking second.
Look
Mickey.
outside your window, you'll see Miggy standing there.
Miggy,
Hey.
Miggy, what the led you to say that?
I could tell you right now. I was looking the song up. Meanwhile, we were talking about that previous track that you guys mentioned.
What, Bruce Hornsby? The way
Bruce
it is.
Hornsby. Yeah, the way it is. And then I was like, you know what, Bruce Hornsby. And then I was like, there's this other song I was thinking about in my head, but I couldn't name it. And I was like, oh shit, I looked it up right now. All right, so I'm gonna show you a screenshot right now.
Yeah,
So this is what I looked up.
Mark Cohen walking in Memphis. What the fuck, dude?
Look at this right there.
Now
my screen right now.
that's fucking scary. It's fucking scary. I played a couple songs from Bruce Hornsby to my daughter, right, who's kind of young. I played 2 Bruce Hornsby songs for her. She said, yeah, she didn't like Mandolin Wind all that much. She liked the way it is. And then I said, wait a second. I got this song by Mark Cohen by Walking in Memphis.
You can't deny Mark Cohen. I don't care who you are. If you don't like that song, you're not human.
You don't have a heart. I understand that, but what fucking led you to that?
I have no idea about the synchronicity of it, but I just do know that I was going to talk to you about it right now. I was going to like, shit, man, let me just mention this to QE because maybe he's into it now or not. I don't know. I just wanted to ask you.
Holy shit, man.
Weird.
This is some fucking arbitrary, out of the way, and you would have to say that. It's I'm creeped out, man.
End him.
Holy shit, Meggie, you're on double secret fucking probation, man.
Yeah, well, the answer is he's a soothsayer, so now we know where they went.
Doesn't have anything to do with Pergamos, for fuck's sake. Meggie, this is scary, dude.
It's a great song, man. I gotta say.
Yeah, but what fucking led you there?
I don't know. It's just a great song that I thought I was gonna mention if you heard it. Or
not.
That's the only thing I had in my head was just I was gonna mention this song to you because I know the kind of tracks you listen to, and this one probably would. I don't know if you heard it or not because it's in '91. So whether you did or not, or if you were into Mark Cohn, I don't know. But I'm just like,
what the fuck do you think now?
Well, hell yeah, I would say you. But I'm just saying though that you presented it to your daughter, like, and what did she think of it though? Was she like?
She loved that. She loved the song. Yeah, she loved it, obviously. But that's besides the point. I'm totally creeped out, man, that you would just arbitrarily fucking say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just yesterday.
That is strange that you mentioned it like that way. Very strange.
Yeah.
And how long have you not, like, what was it, like years since you listened to that track?
Years since I listened to the song. And then I woke up I woke up about a week ago and I just started singing The Way It Is, right? And I said, wait a second. I mean, I'm a piano lover. I just love piano. And Zeppelin and all those. I'm not going to go into any great depth. But and then it hit me. I was talking to it was me and Betty, and I had mentioned I said, she's from the Netherlands, and I said, I don't know if we ever talked about this, but because a comment came up, we were talking about. I know I'm going all over the place. We were talking about something, and then I said, "Yeah, well, walking in Memphis," and we dropped the topic altogether. And I said, I woke up the next day after listening to Hornsby, and I said, yeah, I know that's a good fucking song, that Walking in Memphis. I haven't heard in years. So I punched it in and looked it up, and I said, yeah, that's it. Right? Because I love that fucking song.
Yeah.
And I decided, I said, well, I'm going to turn my daughter onto it because, she's more or less, I don't know what generation they call them, but she usually likes the music that I was into a long time ago. And I said, I'll just turn her on to this song. Bruce Hornsby, The Way It Is, and Walking in fucking Memphis yesterday after she visited me because she had moved out a year and a half ago, and she came up to the house, and I said, "Yeah, check these 2 songs out." So it was The Way It Is, and then I played "Walking in Memphis." For fuck's sake, Miggy.
Yes, sir. I made the connection since the song today, since Bruce Hornsby came up. I'm like, you know what? I mean, listening to Bruce Hornsby and then just like Mark Cohn is, I don't know why I just made that connection. It's like, yeah, check it out. Probably listen to it or not. I don't know. It was a wild stab in the dark, man, that maybe you did hear it, but shit. Now that I know
I can't believe that you just did that. I'm speechless.
So you only turning your daughter on to songs that you were into? Or
well, would I turn her on to songs that I wasn't into?
Maybe like some. I don't know if you're into like Don Williams. He's precious.
Don fucking Williams.
Yeah, like he's the one. I believe in you.
Latsky, sing that first couple of lines in "Walking in Memphis." Can you do that?
Walking in Memphis. Okay, I can't remember all the words.
Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown. That one.
Oh, you got the lyrics pulled up in here.
The Delta Blues. In the middle of the pouring rain. W.C. Handy, won't you look down over me?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got a first class ticket.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Who was W.C. Handy? Yeah, father of the Delta Blues.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
And such, yeah, piano on that too is it's awesome.
It's epic.
I'm a guitar gal.
Yeah, so am I. Not a gal, but guitar guy. But
I play. Do you?
When I was a kid, I did. Can you see that he can't carry a tune?
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, you want to hear one of my songs I wrote, Kiwi?
Oh shit. Before you go anywhere, we got Priest Coco in here.
Yeah, we need to get off this. Although it creeped me out, Maggie. It's gonna creep me out for a while, man.
Oh shit.
That's fucking creepy, dude. Go on.
Strange. Priest Kakio, are you there? You are unmuted. Welcome to the server. Priest, are you there? You can unmute your mic. You're locally muted though. Oh, Priest, if you're there, you can chime in. His About Me says, times when I can be on my phone during class. History, yes. Algebra, sometimes. Yes, but mostly no. I don't know what this means. Strategies, yes. Lunch, yes. Okay.
Oh, welcome to the server anyway, Kokyo.
Yeah, he's not opening his mic. Platzi.
Yeah.
Is that you, Flatsy Klein, singing that song?
That's me.
That's a good fucking song right there.
Oh, snap. Thanks.
It's got a great voice.
Yeah, that's really good. I like it. I've heard that before.
Have you? Because I wrote it.
I've heard that. I've heard that. Not maybe not the words. You fucking stole that from somewhere.
Well, you'll have to tell me because I don't know who I wrote that. I wrote that song. I did not.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying the words. I'm saying
I gotcha.
The rhythm.
I don't know who I stole it from. So if you could tell me, because I mean, it's you writing a super original song with a few, like a couple of. Well, I used a few chords. It's gonna inevitably happen that you
Yeah,
especially since it's like bluesy and folksy. Like I do that blues down scale.
Yeah.
It's a simple blues down scale. It's not.
Yeah, that's what it is. I've heard that before.
Well, if you can find it, I would be very intrigued to hear something that sounds like it. Because I've been looking.
Holy shit. You keep going on and on. Yeah. Like you said, the chords and your high notes. Yeah, I've heard that.
Well, dang. It's one of my originals, so I didn't know.
Well, that's just a fucking blues riff, like you said. I mean, you're gonna run into it. And I'm an old blues guy, so I've heard that shit. But it's good. It's really good.
Why, thank you.
Oh, I've heard that shit before. When I find it, I'll let you know.
I put the stank on it at the end of the song, so you got to listen to it.
Put the stank on it.
That's
All
funny.
right, fair enough. Miggy, carry on, sir.
Well, we got all glory to the Most High that's in here. But it does say on the bottom of his name, concavity, so I'm afraid if he opens his mic, he might be in trouble. Nevertheless, you are unmuted. You can talk if you want to. Welcome to the server. And you are unmuted, so. Are you there?
Welcome.
Yellow. That's a no-go for all glory. What else we got? Priest don't want to say anything. Who's in here right now? We got Heretic. Are you here, bro?
Hello.
Flying. Who said hello?
All glory. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
So I'm welcome, but I'm kind of curious. What does concavity in your name mean? What is that? What did you put that there for?
Concave Earth.
Okay, so what about concave Earth?
You never heard about it before?
I've heard about it, but do you advocate for that position?
Over flat Earth, yes.
Over flat Earth.
Correct.
Well, where's the evidence for concave Earth?
It would have to be. I'm not here to really talk about it right now.
Well,
but if it's true, it would be all around you. It would be curving up in all directions.
I know if it's true. I'm not asking if it's true. I'm saying where's the evidence for it? It's a fair question to ask, right? I mean, if you advocate,
well, the evidence would have to ultimately be included in the ramping up of perspective. Included in there.
Of perspective?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Up.
Yeah, what does that mean? Yeah, can you tell me what that means? Or do I have to just guess? I'm just wondering what your position is. Like, if you don't,
I'm sure you are.
Can you articulate?
I'm sure you are. It's concave Earth.
Listen. I've heard of different versions of it, so I can't divine your thoughts. All glory. I can't just say, "Well, I know what he's talking about." You have to tell me what your position is. I've heard of it before. I'm not just going to stereotype fallacy you and say it's just like the rest. So you have to tell me.
I'm for basically everything flat Earth, but then next step is concave Earth.
That doesn't make
all that. It's not curving down. NASA lies. We didn't go to the moon. Earth is stationary. The sun, moon, and stars are close. All that still applies.
Yeah, but then what doesn't apply is that it's ramping up, like you said. So
correct. So if it's true, it would be, and if it's not, it would just be flat everywhere. What's certainly not happening is curving down.
Yeah, but that's not what you're advocating for. You are advocating for ramping up. So how
correct over flat Earth because it doesn't work.
Over flat Earth, fine, but how is it ramping up? I'm simply asking for you to state what it is. If
that's all right. I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm playing League of Legends right now. Thank you.
You can do what you want. But it's part for the course. It's part for the course for people that come in here and advocate for a position and don't say what it is. They just say, "Well, I just think it is," and don't articulate what it is. It's fine with me.
Like the
I'd like to know when we're looking out over the water where we're seeing the Earth ramping up. That just makes no logical sense to me.
That's like a Tootsie Roll pop. You know, the world may never
You know how like when you're in an airplane and you point at the horizon and you point straight ahead of you, 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Well, the ground it's down there if it's flat. That has no business being all the way up there. So so it would basically be then its perspective. So if concave Earth is true, there would be real upwards curvature in what we're seeing as just flat in perspective.
If it were true, why is this suggestive? I don't understand. Why are we using terms that are suggestive? It's either is or is not, right?
That's for you to decide. I've already decided.
For me to
it's
decide.
It's not flat. It doesn't work.
It's not flat. You've decided it's not flat based upon
For myself,
your own...
yes.
Okay, so there isn't anything else for anyone else to objectively understand this your statement.
You're welcome, and I encourage you to discuss it amongst your peers, if
How
you so
can we?
wish.
You haven't given us anything to discuss.
Hang on. Are you saying that when we see the horizon rising up when we're in a plane, that the horizon is the optical effect of the Earth and sky meeting? You're claiming that the Earth is coming up to the sky to meet at that point in the plane, and that's what's giving you your ramping up?
It's if you're in a plane directly below you, the ground level directly below you would technically, in this model, if it's true, it'll be the lowest point, and then it'll be curving upwards in all directions. And you're basically, the higher up you go, the further out you see.
No,
if
we
it's
don't
true.
we don't do if it's true. We do. This is what my position is. This is what's going on.
I've
here.
already stated my position.
No, you didn't. You said if it's true, that's not a position. You're saying, well, think about it. If it maybe is true, it's not your position. When you say this is my position, then you state what you.
I've already clearly stated my position.
No, you didn't.
I think
so. On
the
ground
Earth is
level,
concave over flat Earth.
You're ambiguous about it.
When you're making a measurement on the actual Earth, and we're out at sea and we're using a sextant or we're navigating, where do we see this ramping up of the Earth?
Great question. So if it's true, so like when you stand at the beach, and if you're standing at the beach where here, let me get out of this game 1 second. No, actually, I'm gonna keep playing this game. And you're basically at sea level, so the waters is coming and hitting your feet. If this is what I see, so maybe you see something different. If I were to point to the horizon, I would point directly in front of me, and I would be pointing above and over the ground.
Above and over the ground.
Above and over the ground, because the ground's down here.
Yeah.
Now, the same thing, if I'm in an airplane, if I point to the horizon, I'm pointing all the way in front of me. Well, the ground is down there. So, if it's flat.
You're pointing straight on. You're not pointing at the ground. You're pointing straight on. Yeah, we get that. But where is it ramping up? There's no ramping up to anything. You're just pointing straight on.
I could send 8 examples of images maybe
we
to
only
show,
need
but
one.
you got to give me credentials for that.
Credentials?
But like to where you say where is it ramping up, I could show some images.
Rolls.
These images look very flat. It just depends on how you wish to look at it.
Hang on, Glory. Let me give you some rolls, dude. What the hell? Hang on.
The images look very flat. You could actually use these images to counter globers.
So you're purely looking at looking at optical effects. Where is the physical measurement that would show that it's ramping up? Because we know that there is optical effects.
What you point, you're pointing to it. You're pointing to the horizon, and it's above the ground. If it's flat, the ground's down here. It's flat.
Yeah, so we don't need positions to counter globers with. We already got positions to counter them with.
Well, look, I've already made up my mind. I'm not here to debate, so I'm just answering your question. So just watch how you come at me, because I may not want to continue.
Am I debating you? I don't give a shit. I'm asking for your position. That's all I'm doing. You're the one that's getting in your feelings about, well, I don't want to debate.
My position, personally, I think the Earth is concave.
I'm just
over flat Earth. If it's not concave, which it is, it would have to be flat,
which it is,
because surely it's not curving down. That's my position.
You just said which it is. which it is curving up. No. We don't
Yes.
do which it is means that it is, right?
For me, yes.
For you. So for everybody else, it's not. Just for you. Is that right?
Well, for me, correct.
So no, it's not doing it for anybody else but you.
It's whatever you wish for it to be is what it will be for you. So there's no pressure on my end. Like what I believe doesn't ultimately change anything in the grand scheme of
so you're
things.
living in your own head, basically, is what
Potentially, yes. If this theory is not true, that would be the inevitability.
That answers my question. You agreed that you live in your own head, which means that everything that you say from henceforth is not going to be taken seriously because you live in your own head. Stated by you. Stated by you.
I'm sorry. Did he say theory?
Purely elevation angles.
I'm sorry.
Would debunk this.
I'm sorry. Did you say theory? All glory to the concave horse shit. Did you say theory? If your theory, is that what you said? Yeah, I'd fucking close up shop too.
Yeah, he clammed up, bro.
Yeah.
But I mean, elevation angles would purely prove
I
this
didn't talk
position
about
to be
fucking
wrong.
elevation angles. I said that you said theory.
No, I'm not him. I'm just saying to him as well that if he's telling us this ocean is ramping up, then our elevation angle measurements would debunk that.
I'm not talking
in the
about
first
that. I already
instance.
know what you fucking said. I was talking to him.
The elevation angle was always above
Oh my
sea level.
God. Hey, dumb fuck. All glory to the fucking horse shit. You said if my theory. Is that a scientific theory, by the way?
No, I wasn't aware of what I was saying. That may have been a mistake.
Yeah, that's fucking plain to see to everyone. You're not aware of what you're talking about. I don't know. Miggy, do you want more of this?
No. I was
He's
done
not
when he
aware of
said
what
it.
he's saying.
Yeah. He's not in his mind to say anything.
Yeah,
Which,
I think we can move on.
yeah, for sure.
I'm not aware of what I'm saying. Holy shit. Way to snatch your own wig off.
Yeah.
This fucking concave, this nonsense. I thought we got rid of this like with Stephen Christ, like, what was it, 5 years ago?
There's a few stragglers here and there, Huey. Every
It's
now
like
and then. Well, he's
theistic evolutionists.
we haven't seen one like this, and I would say it's been more than 6 months. So he's one just out of the blue.
Well, just remember, he's not aware of what he's saying.
Yeah, that's apparent too.
I can let him go if you want, but I decided after that statement, I mean, what's the fucking point?
I mean, I got nothing for him. I was asking what his position was, and he's like too timid to even tell me what his position is because he can't advocate for it correctly and articulate what he's saying. So, well, shit. And he's like, well, I don't want to debate, bro. I didn't ask for a debate. I just asked what your position was. Just tell me what it is and state your position. You couldn't even do that. So,
well, it's up to you, man.
Well, he based it all off his observations only.
Flying, did you want to tell him finish what you're saying, Flying?
Sorry, no, and I could be wrong, and I didn't mean to come in. I'm a little bit slow because I'm driving and I'm on my phone, but he was just, talking about it ramping up. Well, then we wouldn't have the elevation angles because we need the flat surface. So that debunks it in itself, is what I was.
No,
I could
you're
be
right.
wrong, but
You're right. I just didn't want to go. I thought we could kill it long before that.
He's just a strange one when it comes to like trying to articulate anything. So you're not going to get much out of him other than like, I'm just in my own head about this. Unless that's what you want to hear, stuff that he's making up, which, it's not a position he's standing on to say, look, this is what I affirm from a position to articulate well. And he doesn't even know what he's saying. He just said that to QE. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, then. I mean, what are you going to do with that?
Nothing. You got a lot in common with the ballers because they definitely don't know what the fuck they're saying.
That he's giving us pointers. Well, it's good to like now you got something to. We don't need something to spice up what we got. I mean, we got the original recipe. That's it. We don't need to add something else to it.
That's a good. The original.
Interesting that no one.
Holy shit.
Wants to live in reality. That's my question. Why do none of these people want to live in reality and what we actually measure and see?
You interrupted me for that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Huey. I'm driving. I'm on the phone. It's probably a bit of a lag. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. You're now to give you kudos. You're correct in the bringing up the elevation angles. That's a good argument. I didn't mean to stomp on you with that, but I had to say something about. There's some good sayings coming out tonight. Fucking Meggie, the original recipe. You bet.
I wouldn't want to go flying off the like opposite end and go inverse of globe. It just doesn't seem like. I mean, of course, it's not the truth, but it's just.
Well, if you
would have to just be inverse the globe, everything.
Flatsy, if you want to live in your own head, just talk to All Glory. He's got the roadmap.
I'm not an emotional earther, thank you.
He'll detail the way to get into your own head if you really want to go there.
The concave is equally retarded as the globe.
Since this was bypassed relatively quickly, can I use that original recipe?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Passing it to you.
Do I need to give credit to you?
Yes.
At least.
Yeah, Platzies are yes.
He's in your head, Huey. Come on now.
Yeah, I know. Fuck. That was a good one though. I got game and the original recipe. That's what I'm taking up as of this evening.
Well, we can't say that All Glory wasn't productive. I mean, he did churn up some content.
So can a window licker.
Yeah, but he doesn't lick the window down. He licks it upwards. You know.
You have such a way with words, Kiwi. Knuckle dragger, window licker.
That's how I charm all the women.
That's his what is it? Pieces of flair?
That's pieces of flair. It's part of my game.
Garden hose drinking dew liquor.
That is snatching up the mic on karaoke night and singing Marcone's "Walking in Memphis."
I would never fucking do that.
I would.
I would never do that. There's certain songs that I would just not touch. That's one of them.
I think, Flatsy might have some pipes for that.
She might.
I'm Flatsy Klein because I love Patsy Cline.
So. I know that. That's probably where I heard that rhythm from.
You think?
It's possible.
I don't know of it any, but yeah, if you figure it out, please let me know.
All right, yeah, but it's not a figuring out; it's hearing it again.
Right. Well, whichever comes first.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna butcher that song, you're gonna have to change the words a bit to Baltards in there somewhere. So good luck.
Butchering a song? What song?
I figured you'd catch on to that.
I have never been known to butcher a song.
Mickey,
but
has she listened to me butcher a few songs in the sake of Baltards?
We got to play one of your
Bad Moon Shadow.
Nope, that's not one.
One of my favorites. Which is that one?
Is it Angie?
Yeah, you got it on you. I have a new computer, so I don't have it saved on this hard drive.
Yeah, but I did the Doors. I fucked up Jackson Browne. I can't do Jackson Browne, man. So I did. Did you hear those, Platzi?
I don't think so.
Oh my God.
I've been listening to your streams a lot lately, but I haven't heard enough of your older ones to hear yet.
Brother.
Saying anything.
You'll have to hold up, Meggie.
Are you gonna post the dust off that record?
I don't even know where they're at. To be honest with you, hold on. Go ahead, you can move on till I find them.
I'm just scanning the chat to see if there's anybody else. Oh, there's Priest Kakio. If you're in here, you're still unmuted. Locally, that is. Eli, what's up, man? You're in here you're on the late side of things. Must be midnight for you.
Man, I needed a good night like this. I appreciate it, guys. I didn't.
Every now and again, the crew lets her hair down. Just kind of relax.
I got Itier or whatever his name is stumped in the lobby earlier, and he never responded to me. So that felt like a win.
Oh, it's even stranger that QE's on this late, because if he actually catches the same time frame when ITR comes in here, he just might stay up a little later. But there's no promises. No promise.
Oh man.
On the occasion that ITR stumbles on in here, that is. Or at least bring Django in here. Or did Django get Cogdis? He's still running around, isn't he?
Well, he seemed to be coming around to at least not being, confrontational to the subject. Maybe asking more questions, but I don't know.
Well, I didn't mind the confrontation. I think it's good.
Oh yeah, I mean, I get it. We like to, put our dukes up here and there. But I also like it when people calm down and listen to where we're coming from. So,
yeah, I wouldn't say he's high strung, but he does have tendencies to ramble through people when they're, or kind of steamroll somebody when they're talking. So, like if you're talking, he'll just come right in the middle of your sentence and start talking himself. Who's in the lobby right now? We got anybody worthy to come in here?
Which one you want, Meggie?
Oh, let's go with Angie. Oh, if you post, I don't know where you're gonna post it. Oh, Priest is actually there. So that's where you are. Yeah, you're in the lobby, dude. Anyway, let me get to. All right. All right, about to play the song here in just a moment.
Lord help us.
Like to hear it? Here we go.
Debate. Flat Earth debate. Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate. Flat Earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me. Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. Baller's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball in Cogdis? Ain't it time you said goodbye? But Baltar, Space Monkey, I see that sadness in your eyes. For your spinning water ball, ain't no argument you can find. There is nothing you can say. Baltard, it's really over for ya. There is nowhere you can hide. It's like shooting hippos in a fishbowl. Come on, Baltar, dry your eyes. Baltar, Space Monkey, ain't it good to be alive? Baltar, spinning Space Monkey, you are welcome to our flat Earth. That's some funny shit, man.
Dang it was so good. And they're already on the flat Earth.
It really is.
The irony.
It's good. It's good, man. I had to mute you, All Glory, because the song was playing and you jumped in right in the middle of it. So
Yeah, I was like, hush, whoever that was.
that was All Glory. You asked Huey a question.
Space Monkey.
It's gonna get in your head. That's what it's gonna do. And he's like, Baltard. I can't whisper in my mic because it doesn't catch the whisper. But he says Baltard. Yeah. It's like you could just imagine him getting up close to their ear, you know, behind them, and just whispering that.
Oh, I love it.
You gotta play them all, Meggie. Fuck it.
Yes.
This is one of my favorite songs, by the way. I shouldn't have butchered it.
All right, here it goes.
Hey, blood in the streets, it's up to my ankles. Blood in the streets, it's up to my knee. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood on the rise, they're all numb tees. Think about the Black Swan Day. Ballers came and then they drove away. Food heals in their face. Blood in the streets runs a river of sadness. Blood in the streets, it's up to my thigh. River runs red down legs of the gravity. Ballers are crying, their rivers are weeping. Ballers came and then they drove away. Food heals in their face.
Groovy, man.
Ballers scattered on Dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood stains the roofs of cognitive dissonance. Blood in my love of the terrible solstice. Bloody red sun of no science acumen. Blood screams of pain as chop off coherence. Blood will be born in level conflation. Blood is the rose of butt-headedness refraction. Blood in the streets, it's up to my ankles. Blood in the streets, it's up to my knees. Blood in the streets in the town of Baltardia. Blood on the rise and they're all numb tees.
Love it.
That's good stuff, man.
Who keeps talking while we're listening?
That was him.
No. There. Okay.
But he didn't talk. He didn't talk to it. It sounded like him.
No, I said
no. There was somebody.
I said groovy man, and that guitar part was playing. I said groovy man.
Sunny.
There you go. We're not done yet.
Hey, that was period appropriate what I said. So
Baltardia.
All right, here comes another one.
Baltar, space punk, yeah. Baltar, space punk, yeah. You know you're a wiki parroter. Ha! Baltar, pretender clowns, yeah. And you know you're a second law denier. Ha! Baltar, spring space punk, yeah. I'm gonna break your globe. Ha! Yeah. I won't suffer this ball, no. You got to be destroyed, smashed. Oh, spinning space monkey. Yeah. Baltar. Baltar. Now I see you from down on the sea. Oh, Space Monkey.